Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of Chico Unified School District Board of Education, the October 20th regular meeting. The board is going to go into closed session at this time, and we will be back to open the regular meeting by 6 o'clock. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me, welcome to the open session of the October 20th Chico Unified School District Board of Education. The board was in closed session, and during closed session, we took action. The board approved the district's purchase of the property located at 1350 East Lassen Avenue with an assessor parcel number of 015-020-009 for $2,850,000. The vote of the board was as follows. Yes, Dalby, oh, 3 to 1. Do we not identify the, oh, okay, all right. 3 yes, 1 no, so it was approved. Okay. We will now officially open the regular board meeting with Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, please, if you would rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, student reports. Superintendent Staley says, is who,
You got it.
Well, it has been an unbelievable 2 days with the rain. My brain loved the rain, but it's disconnected from me. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We've got it, and this group we're going to hear from next is going to connect everything all together. We have a wonderful group of students here from Shasta, and to introduce them, we have Principal Bruce Baynard.
Good evening, everybody. I want to say hello, first of all, to all of our visiting teachers from around the world. It's very nice to see you. I'd especially like to give a shout out to my friend Clement, who is wearing the PV hat in honor of the upcoming victory for the Vikings, the Almond Bowl on Friday. My wife and I hosted the majority of them for dinner on Sunday, and we had a wonderful time getting to know them and sharing all the wonderful things that they've done in their time here. So I can't wait to hear a little bit more from them later today. But I am super excited because we have Shasta's outstanding students here. These students represent our SOS program. This is a program created by former Teacher of the Year, now retired Dave Foster, as a conflict manager program for students. It started with 6th graders, and after our 6th graders moved on to the junior high, our 5th graders took over the responsibilities. They are volunteering their time. Some of them miss class time, some of them give up their own recess time to patrol the playground in pairs and help mediate peer conflict. They help keep our students safe. They encourage those who are doing the right thing. They give out Bobcat bits when they catch students doing well. They are a fantastic group of students, and I'm really happy that they get an opportunity to be here and share a little bit about what they do. So I know we have a big agenda, so I'm going to have each student introduce him or herself and say what their class is, and I'm hoping that somebody has a couple of questions about what their favorite part is of the SOS program. So I'm going to turn this down a little bit, and Colby's going to start.
My name is Colby, and my teacher's name is Mr. Bonasich.
Wait, Colby. What is your favorite part of the program? I can follow Mr. Baynard's lead.
My name is Jordan, and my teacher is Miss Cox. And yeah. My favorite part of the program is helping out the teachers out there, and yeah.
Hi, my name is Matthew Seeger, and my teacher is Miss Cox. My favorite part is probably helping all the kids. My name's Wyatt. I'm in Mrs. Cox's class. Is making sure the kids are safe.
Hi, my name is Sadie Simcox, and I'm in Miss Cox's class. My favorite part of the program is definitely handing out Bobcat bits and celebrating the students being safe.
Hi, my name is Lana Haley, and I'm also from Miss Cox's class, and I really love seeing people being kind to one another.
Hi, my name's Ashton, and I really love watching the kids playing and making sure they're staying safe and kind to each other.
Hello, my name is Owen, and I'm in Mr. Bonasich's class. My favorite part of the program is helping kids if they have any problems.
Hi, my name's Brianne Armstrong, and I'm also in Miss Cox's class. My favorite part of the program is probably not having to wear a mask and people people seeing my smile.
My name is My name is Madison. I'm in Mrs. Bush's class. My favorite part is helping students be safe.
I got a question for Madison. So Madison, so did somebody tell you you had to do this, or did you volunteer to do it yourself?
I volunteered to do it.
Well, you know what that says about you is that you are a leader. And these guys over here, all of you guys who stepped up and decided you wanted to do that, you're pretty young to be doing something like that, but the reason you did it is because you got leadership potential, which means that someday you're going to be a teacher or a mom or a superintendent like Ms. Staley over here, or maybe on a school board or something like that. And so you, Madison, and each of the rest of you should be really proud of yourselves, and you need to know that you're in a good position to help your peers do the right thing in life. So good job, guys.
So obviously, one of the benefits is it takes the pressure off the teachers and some of the yard duties. I really like that they get to be role models for the students, and the younger students look up to the older students too, and they know that they are looking out for them, not necessarily trying to get them in trouble, but to keep them out of trouble and make our school a better place. And so they are like you said, Mr. Tennis, a fabulous group of young leaders. And my favorite part about this, Mr. Foster, when he left us a binder of how to make it done. And he has pictures of Robbie Sirianni, our first and only SOS student who served all year long. He just graduated from high school. He was in my wife's class, and he recalled fondly his time as an SOS at Shasta. So thank you very much for coming out, and thank you for all of you for what you do for our school, making it a better place. Thank you.
Can I make a comment really quick? Just also from the teacher perspective, because I used to be a teacher in my past life, I can tell you that it's the work that you all do that make teachers go home feeling like they're doing something that matters too. So thank you for also giving the adults in your life a smile on their face, because I know that that's what you're doing for them every single day too.
Thank you, Shasta SOS. You make us proud.
Do the SOS students want to go home with their parents now and work on homework?
Hey, you are welcome to stay, though.
I think several of them will. The fifth grade teachers this week are dissecting sheep eyeballs. And so I know one class has already done that, and they're going to go home and try and rinse that sight out of their eyes, and the other ones are anticipating it on Friday. So good luck, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Baynard, and thank you again, students and parents, for bringing them here. It's really special. So I'm going to move right on into the Superintendent's Awards, and I'm going to ask Diane Olson to step up to the microphone. At our last board meeting, we honored the nurses, but unfortunately, we didn't have the nurses here with us. As we mentioned then, as we have gone through all of the challenges of not just COVID, but also the challenges that our nurses face on a daily basis of making sure that our students are safe and healthy, we wanted to thank the nurses for all of the extras they have done and really learning a whole new thing on the fly. So, Diane, I'll turn it over to you.
So our school nurses, as many of you know, they are actually registered nurses, and they have an extra credential they have to earn to become school nurses, so they're doubly credentialed in order to provide all the health and safety needs and meet the needs of our students. And they do a multitude of things on a regular basis already, from care plans for students with medical needs, to screenings for hearing and eyesight, to diabetic monitoring on a daily basis. They train all of our LVNs, our health aides, and other aides who do transfers on students and other medical procedures. During COVID, they have been doubly busy trying to help and with the quarantining and the information that goes out to family staff. So we really want to recognize our people this day, and so we are going to go ahead and call them up. And then, did you have additional?
I did, if that's okay. I had a couple of additional remarks too before we call them up, just because they're fantastic people. So the pandemic has certainly brought us a variety of challenges, but our site nurses have been a solid foundation throughout this past year and several months. These women are bright, professional, and compassionate. They work over and above typical work hours to ensure that our students and staff are heard and cared for. There have been more times than I can count in which they communicated after hours, weekends, vacations, and yes, even holidays. I had the unique experience to work with Diane and all of these ladies in the very fast, ever-changing, and emotional environment that the pandemic brought us. They're problem solvers and good communicators. I know for a fact that the most important thing for them while working through the pandemic has been the good health of our students, families, and staff members. While working so closely with them, I was fortunate to not only get to know them as professionals, but also to be able to call them my friends. In between work duties, we talked about our families, our beloved pets, and jobs we've held in the past, among many other interesting things. As friends, I would also say they are bright and compassionate. Additionally, they all embody and have been able to maintain a healthy perspective and a sense of humor in the most difficult of conditions. They've worked so hard in their professional lives, and one, Julie Scalette, even finished a master's degree during the months of the pandemic. So, I know, right?
They all have masters, by the way.
They all have masters. That's more than I have. So we do want to commend them for their work. I'm going to introduce them, if that's okay. Do you want to introduce?
I'll do it from here.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to say it out loud?
Well, I think they'll be able to hear me. You may not be able, but you'll be able to hear me. Okay, I would first like to recognize Julie Parker.
Can you tell us the schools they work at?
They can, because they're at several.
So I work at Marigold here. I work Loma Vista, the preschool assessment team, and Oak Ridge.
All right, thank you.
Stay here, Julie. Julie Scalette. I said it right. And the schools you work at.
Hi, everybody. I am at PV High School, Sierra View Elementary School, and then the Alternative Education Campus, so Cal, AFC, Oakdale, and Fairview.
Sherry Atkin.
I work at Citrus and at Chico Junior High.
And Michelle Neves-Dean.
Hi, I'm at Chico.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm at Chico High School as well as McManus Elementary.
Or Angela.
I
I am at Bidwell Junior High, at Rosedale, and at Chapman Elementary.
I'm the newest member of the team and was lucky enough to be oriented by Mel, who's going to come up here. I am at Marsh Junior High, Shasta and Parkview Elementary, and Forest Ranch.
And not present, go ahead, which schools were you at?
I'm Mel Evans, and I'm retired. I was at Marsh, Shasta, Bidwell, Forest Ranch, and Parkview. So, yeah.
And not present tonight is Tina Collins.
Would you like to get a picture if we get everybody up here?
I think on this side of the podium.
And once again, thanks to our nurses and all the work they have done and continue to do. With that, I'll turn it back over to Board President Robinson.
Thank you, Superintendent Staley. Are you going to introduce? Under announcements, thank you. I thought that's where we were, was under announcements. Under announcements, Superintendent Staley, do you have an announcement to make about our guests?
I do. We are lucky to have some international guests with us. They are here with Chico State, and if we have someone that would like to be the representative and step right up and tell us what you're doing and give each person an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wonderful.
my name is Charles Zartman. I'm a professor at California State University, Chico, director of the Center for Bilingual Multicultural Studies, and in this role, director of international training programs. And I've stepped in for Diana Parks, who ran this operation with distinction for 27 years, and she retired in 2019, and I've had the honor to fill in her size 28 shoes in the interim. And one of the programs we have is the Fulbright Teaching Excellence and Achievement Program, funded by the United States Department of State Educational and Cultural Affairs through IREX, and California State University Chico won a competitive grant to offer this program. And we have 16 teachers from 15 countries who were in 4 Chico Unified Schools for a 6-day period: Chico Junior, Chico High School, Marsh Junior High School, and 11 of the 16 were at Pleasant Valley High School. It is now my honor to introduce them. They will say their name, their country, and the school that they were at. And Clement, who Mr. Baynard mentioned, will be the last one, and he'll share a little bit about his perspective on the experience.
Dr. Zartman? One of the things that is usually so interesting as our international teachers are introducing themselves is for them to let us know what they teach in their home country.
Excellent. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Marina Yurovska. I come from Moscow, Russia, and I teach English and Spanish. I was at Pleasant Valley High School.
Good evening. My name is Ivania Arias. I'm from Costa Rica. I teach ESL, and I was placed at Pleasant Valley.
Good evening. My name is Theophile Dusenge. I'm from Rwanda. I teach geography. I was in PV High. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Usman Ba from Burkina Faso, West Africa. I teach English in high school and also at college. I was placed at Marsh Junior. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Proud from Thailand. I teach English, and I was placed in Pleasant Valley High School.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jimena from Ecuador. I'm happy to be here. I teach English as a second language and also Spanish as a second language. I was at PV with Marcel. It was an excellent experience. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tracy Lee Edwards. I'm from South Africa and I'm an English teacher, and I was at Pleasant Valley High. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Esra Poyraz. I'm from Turkey. I teach English as a foreign language in my country at a public high school, and I was at Chico Junior High School. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave from Thailand. I teach science and biology, and I was placed at PV High. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nurul Fazno binti Muhammad Husaini. I'm from Malaysia. I teach English in Malaysia, and I was at Chico Junior High School. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Falah. I'm an English teacher from Iraq. I was placed in Chico High School.
Good evening. I'm Bridget Awadem from Ghana. I was placed at Pleasant Valley. I teach social studies in my country, a government-run senior high school. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sachin Paul from Bangladesh. I teach English, and I was placed at PB High School.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tin. I come from Vietnam. I'm an English teacher in a high school, a government run. I had an excellent experience at Chico High.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As already said, I'm Clement Nyilenda. I'm from Malawi, Southern Africa. I was at, I'm a Viking, so I was at Pleasant High, Pleasant Valley High. So I teach history and social studies. I would like, on behalf of my colleagues here, I would like to thank the board and all the parents here. We've had a very nice experience teaching in the schools which are under you. I can say for certain that to the parents, you've got nice kids. We enjoyed teaching your kids. The board, I guess the whole system, the principals, the teachers, we were welcomed very well in the schools wherever we were. The movies do not do you justice. We had this picture of high school in America, and we were pleasantly surprised to find out that it wasn't what we were told it was. So on behalf of everybody here, from deep down our hearts, we'll remain members of, in my case, I'll be a Viking for life. So during the Almond Bowl, go Vikings. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. I got a question. Are we better or looking or not as good looking as the movies?
What the movies do justice to you is that you're good looking, but what they don't do justice to you is that, you have this picture of like American students or will be unruly in class and that kind of thing. But we were, for real, we were surprised. They are better behaved than the kids I teach. The teenagers will be teenagers, but your teenagers were good. So I think that's thanks to the parents. Probably you are raising very good kids, very nice kids. They'll present you.
Okay, the only thing is, now that you've done that, is that you have to sit on the PV side, because if you sit on the wrong side at the game on Friday,
I know which side I'm on. I'm a Viking. I know what I'm going to do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing.
I'll just make one last comment. I was a foreign exchange student in college. I had the privilege of doing that. I was in the Middle East. And, you know, we here in America, which I think is probably true in any country, but you think about a certain issue, you yourself are a history teacher.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that we often have schools of thought, you know, maybe a couple different ways that people think about some historical event. You know, they liked it, they didn't like it, something like that. But you're limited to how broad your thinking can be when you grow up in the same place.
Yeah, sure.
But when you travel to another country, or if you have somebody from another country come and talk to you, I think they bring a school of thought to you that you never would have been exposed to otherwise, you know? And so I think that's a really special thing about doing what you guys have done this year. So thank you for giving that opportunity to our kids.
Thank you. At the same time, I would also like to say, most of us back home from where we're coming from, this is not our first experience with Americans. We've had Americans, especially Peace Corps. So we've had Americans from all parts of the states coming to our places, working with us, living under worse conditions, because I've been here and I know what home is like. So they leave up all the comforts and come and live with us. And we are here on your taxes. I would like to thank you very much for the experience that you've given me. As you said, being in one place, you have this world view, which is limited to what you're saying. Coming here has opened up a lot of possibilities, and I'm still right now processing them. I've not yet sat down and seen, but for sure, this is like a whole 3-4 years learning experience in a small space. So thank you for giving me the chance to be here through your taxes, and I will sure repay whatever I've seen here. And I'm speaking this on behalf of everybody here, because I'm with them most of the times, and we talk about these things, and we appreciate not only the schools where we've been, even the community around Chico. We've had a very good experience with people. So far, no bad experience, none whatsoever. And I'm not just saying this because I'm here, but no, it's the truth. So thanks for welcoming us with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you are welcome to stay for the board meeting. I also know you probably have lots on your plate and you may be tired, so we will not be offended if you need to leave either.
Thank you again. Okay, our next item is items from the floor.
Yes, we do have some in-person speakers and one phone speaker. Our first in-person speaker, we have Clay and Rebecca Slocum listed together. I don't know if Clay and Rebecca Slocum, yeah, here they come. Madam President, I have not reviewed the rules.
We have, hold on a second, because we do have rules and that we limit to a 3-minute presentation, so you can share it or whatever you wish to do. The cards, there are the cards. At 30 seconds, the yellow card will go up. When your time is up, the red card will go up.
Are we still using the bell, or is it just the cards again?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Yes. Oh, right, thank you. So that you don't think we're just ignoring you. We are, we are not allowed to exchange dialogue under this section. So we're glad you're here, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you to the board for giving us the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. It's our second time here. We were here 3 or 4 years ago. We are the people that were on Dusty Lane, if anyone remembers, prior to our kid being in Shasta. But we wanted to address the board tonight, and we're primarily asking directly for the new on-campus policy to be readdressed at the next special board meeting. The current interpretation of the governor's mandate excludes a portion of the population from experiencing their children's experiences on campus. And not being able to attend school functions and assist the classroom with a negative test does not allow parents the opportunity to comply with OSHA or the CDPH. Please note that other schools have interpreted the recent governor's guidelines mandate differently. For example, our neighbors at Achieve School had a different vantage. Achieve is not only allowing unvaccinated parents and custodians to volunteer, participate both indoors and out with proof of a negative test, but they're going a step further in providing that test to their community. We understand that that might not be fiscally what's feasible or desired to provide that opportunity or the same services, but at a minimum, parents need to be given the opportunity to comply with OSHA and the CDPH by providing a negative test. This would be in alignment with how our unvaccinated teachers and staff comply with ongoing safety measures. We ask the board to reevaluate the current stance and to choose to be inclusive with their community. At a minimum, allowing us to provide a negative test from an approved source. This would also be allowing family members and volunteers to participate in their children's experiences, whether inside or outside at school. We are proud parents of the Chico Unified School District, and I've always volunteered in my children's classes, and I've always been a very strong supporter, done every field trip, and to not have this option is definitely not, it's hindering my family, and I'm not the only one, so I just speak on behalf of the population that's being excluded.
And then I'll only add that I'm a former Shasta Bobcat myself and a Viking, and I have vivid memories of Grandparents' Day and of Christmas carols, and my family was there for me. I would like to be there for my kids as they sing the songs. I don't know if everybody remembers Mrs. Forrest, but she had us all singing and jiving, and I want to continue to be there for my kids too, please. So please allow that. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is a phone call. I am now calling Jessica Montgomery. Jessica Montgomery. Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, hello. Today, Kelly Staley issued a letter to placate the public stating the governor's proposed vaccine mandate for students is a primary concern for many of our families and wanted to emphasize there currently is no mandate. There is a mandate that is only being held up by FDA approval. Today, the White House detailed plans for the expected FDA authorization for children 5 and up. So stop gaslighting the parents into thinking the inevitable is not going to happen. I would like to enter into public record some of the testimony shared about what they saw with their own 2 eyes this last Monday. From my nephew who attends Bidwell, I had 9 kids in my first class and no more than 13 or 15 in the rest. Bobby Richmond Haynes said, I was sad to see so many are missing from my school today. Karen Chandler wrote, that's why it was easy today, less crowded, and it looked like no more than 14 in Eric's class of 26 were there. I wish that were his usual class size. I don't want to distract from the entire purpose here. Statewide, the parents showed on October 18th, the California school system will be brought to its knees whenever the FDA decides to approve experimental mRNA shots for our kids, unless and until this board and the superintendent says, no, we will not be complying with this. Before any of you say you're just following guidance, I would like to remind you that FDA, CDC, CDPH, OSHA, the teachers unions, and any other government agency colluding against the public do not write the laws. The treatment being marketed as COVID-19 vaccinations are still in phase 3 until 2023 to 2024, making it an experimental drug. The U.S. Constitution, which you all should have taken an oath to uphold, still reigns supreme. The National School Board Association and their state affiliates have become an immediate threat to our constitutionally protected rights as mothers, as well as the physical, mental, and emotional health of our children. NSBA and their state affiliates work directly with the Teachers Union, Superintendents Association, and the National Association of State Boards of Education to lobby union agendas that endanger the health and well-being of our children, usurp parental authority, and ensure superintendents and school board members toe the union line, and they do so with public funds. Our children are being exposed to inappropriate sexual content, gender indoctrination, anti-family and anti-American propaganda, and the tenets of critical race theory, all under the NSBA indoctrination umbrella of social emotional learning, or SEL. Our nation's children are being taught to hate their country, hate their neighbor, and hate themselves, we have had enough. I ask you all to pass a resolution in opposition to the looming mandate and publicly state your position on the mandates. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Choir Tenon in person. Choir Tenon.
Hello, I'm Choir. I was invited to come and speak, encouraged to do so. It's a little intimidating with all of the qualifications in the room. The site nurses, I applaud you. The international teachers, I applaud you. And I believe even the SOS kids probably outrank me in many ways. As a youth, some years ago, I used to sit around and watch the old men wax poetic about troubled youth and the state of government. Now, at the threshold of becoming an old man myself, me and my friends, we talk about troubled youth and wax poetic about the state of our government. Oftentimes, as we're having these conversations, different men have different hypotheses, schools of thought, and opinions on how we have come so far from yesteryear. I'm having a hard time breathing with my little mask, forgive me. I agree with most of the schools of thought on how we got to where we are. But when we look at the multifaceted thing that has brought us here, from my perspective, I have a hard time looking at it without using the word hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is what drives our troubled youth away from the dinner table and keeps them out in the street when the street lights are on. Hypocrisy is the number one reason given when people say they don't want to go to church. I'm not here to disqualify myself by standing on or building a platform of religion. That's not the point. Hypocrisy is an excuse given for why our country that used to be called a Christian nation isn't necessarily so as much anymore. That foundational belief many times has been simply, does that mean I only have 30 seconds left? I'll get to the point. Hypocrisy has really done a lot with destroying families, homes, and communities. I don't believe anyone here would appreciate me calling them a Nazi. I think that would be rude and disrespectful, and no one here deserves that. That would be out of line. I also would like to say, really quick, as fast as I can, that should I call anyone a Nazi in this room, and they would be offended by that, and at the same time would believe that it is appropriate to mandate that people take a vaccine, to them I would point my finger and wave my finger and say, hypocrisy. I'm not here talking about whether you should or shouldn't have the vaccine. I have the vaccine. I'm fully vaccinated. It's not about that. It's about having the choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Catherine Posey. Catherine Posey.
Hi, everyone. So I'd like to echo some things that Rebecca Slocum mentioned. I know that I'm only the second person to speak on that topic and that you have that policy about that. So I might repeat some of what she said. I'd like to ask you to adjust your policy on parent volunteers in the schools in the district. So to prevent parents who've not taken the COVID-19 vaccine, a vaccine that does not prevent infection or transmission from participating in the life of the school, I believe is discriminatory in denying them their right to medical freedom and choice. Parents who volunteer who are sick stay at home when they're sick. This policy could be continued. You could also ask parents to show a negative COVID-19 test, something that Rebecca mentioned, if the school is truly frightened of an asymptomatic carrier. Just a review of the current numbers in Butte County, of those who tested positive for the COVID-19 virus that we've recorded, and of those who've recovered, there's a 99.98% chance one would recover. So the recovery rate is even higher if one does not have underlying medical conditions. Parents in Butte County are more likely to perish from cancer or a car accident than they are from COVID-19. We know the survival rate for young people is even higher. And I just wanted to mention a few other things. So in relation to the claim that we need to follow the experts, history shows us that the government and health authorities have gotten it wrong many times in the past. Cigarettes is one of those areas. The US government was once the world's biggest buyer of cigarettes. Lead paint and asbestos is another. The government once deemed asbestos safe. And then something interesting, a Yale School of Medicine study found that nearly 1/3 of drugs approved between 2001 and 2010 had major safety issues years after they were made widely available to patients. It took a median of 4.2 years after the approval for these safety concerns to surface, and issues were more common among drugs that were granted accelerated approval near the regulatory deadline. So, in closing, back to the mandate for parent volunteers. Other schools, as Rebecca mentioned, have interpreted the recent mandate differently. Achieve Charter School, so they're allowing unvaccinated parents and custodians to volunteer participate with proof of a negative test result. It was mentioned again, it might not be feasible for you to provide the same services of that test, but to give parents the choice to provide that negative test, I think is crucial. In any case, to implement a policy that I believe, and many others, that it's discriminatory is not right, and the school board should move to adjust it immediately. Vaccinated or not, parents deserve the right to see their children in person at school during school functions, field trips, and events. Thank you.
Do we have one additional? Is Ruth here? Yes, Ruth?
I'm old, I'm just getting here as fast as I can. I've been very moved by hearing from some different points of view tonight, things that have been important at some point in my life, and I did prepare and put together a few thoughts that, and some printed copies that I will give to the clerk. They already are, this article from New York, which was 10/16/21, that was a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. Anyway, was saying you can go ahead and invite and order the vaccine even before it's approved. Get in line. I think it's an important article. I hope you'll read it, and I have a couple extra copies. I also wanted to let you know that I am very aware that there were over 1,000 demonstrators in Sacramento on the weekend, on Saturday. And a lot of people don't get the local paper here in Chico, so a lot of people don't really know what's going on around them sometimes. They could be right next to it, but they really don't see it. They just look at one thing. They look at COVID, they look at this, they look at that. I try to look at a broader section of what's going on. The oceans are dying, sea levels are rising, and if you know, right now, there's only 2 ports that are open here, shipping ports in Los Angeles and in Long Beach. and there's a line of ships, and there are pictures of it in the paper. You got to read the AP articles because they come from every perspective. And I think that one of the articles that I have here is U.S. expected to authorize mix and match booster shots. And I think, I'm old, so I remember back how kind of like Food Drug Administration works and how long it gets to get a product that's killing a lot of people. We had thalidomide babies from Europe because we didn't bother to send instructions to physicians.
30
so they
seconds,
just
Ruth.
used it. Anyway, I have that, and I have one other one that I will draw attention to here, if I might. The other is the cause of COVID deaths no one wants to talk about. And it kind of deals with all of the hazardous chemicals and all the firefighters that are out there are prisoners. That's why they're out there doing the dirty work. And those are the kinds of things that people here ought to be thinking about, because there's a lot of things that are killing people.
Thank you, Ruth.
And fear is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, our next item will be item number 8, negotiations update. Mr. Hanlon? There's Jim Hanlon.
Yes, so tonight, or last meeting, we brought to you the CUMA tentative agreement. I'm sorry, the CUTA tentative agreement. Tonight we will be bringing you the CSEA and CUMA. So really I'm going to defer until then because that's kind of the bulk of what we'll be talking about.
I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
I'm going to defer until later in the agenda because we're basically bringing what we're going to be talking about to you at that point in time.
Okay. Are we going to include the other 2 bargaining units at the same time?
Yes,
Thank you.
CSEA and CUMA tonight.
Yes.
Yep. We concluded CUTA last time, and we continue to talk with them on language issues, but we've reached no agreements at this point.
Thank you. This is not an action item, so we don't need to take any action at this point. Next is item number 9, the consent calendar. Are there any comments on the consent calendar from either the board or the public? Yes, Mr. Tennis.
I have a couple of items to ask about. Mr. Karras, Tim Karras, is that you back there? Is that him?
Yes, that's Tim Karras.
Tim Karras, I got a question for you. Oh, there he is right there. I thought this guy, I was looking at the wrong guy. Thank you. On item 9.2.2, the enrollment update, we get these how often? These enrollment updates? Like this right here?
A few times a week, and then definitely for the board meetings.
For the board meetings, so we get it. So
at the beginning of the year, we do it daily, and then once we hit early October, we tail off to just the board meetings.
It's a little dry, you know? I mean, it's kind of like a spreadsheet, like some kind of with some data, but it's hard to like imagine, oh, are we up, are we down? I mean, you have to be really following it closely. Is there kind of like a slide or something we could put at the front, like that would be some sort of graphic or something that would sort of show sort of a general trend, you know, or anything like that could color it up a little bit to make it more interesting to read and maybe more telling or something like that?
I could work on some drafts.
I don't mean to dump it on your plate, and if the answer was no, that's not really going to be very feasible without a lot of work, then forget it, you know?
The problem is when we look at, you know, month-to-month trends, we don't see drastic changes.
Right.
At the beginning of the year, we do see drastic changes because we show enrollment for every student that has enrolled with us, rightfully so. But then we have a significant number of no-shows, and that's just the way enrollment works in a medium-sized school district.
Yeah.
But generally, month to month, not much changes. Year to year, that's where we really start to look at trends generally.
So I'm going to make a recommendation that we pull this particular item, since we're talking about it, and then go back to our process. But that said, I would like to add to this that attendance is what drives our funding, so it is crucial that we know it and that it's clearly understandable. So if we need to do some things to spruce it up, we can do that.
That's all. I'm done on this. I don't need to talk about it
I have a
anymore.
question still, though, so if we
let's-
want to pull it,
Let's consider that 9.2.2 has been pulled for additional discussion, because I have some questions too. Thank you. Are there any other items under the consent calendar that you have another one that you'd like to pull?
Yes, 9.3.4.
9.3.4, okay, we'll
Surplus
pull that
furniture.
for later. Any others, board? Any comments from visitors on the consent calendar? Okay. Then do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
I so move.
With the exception of 9.2.2 and 9.3.4?
Second.
Thank you, board. I'm going to do a roll call vote on that.
Dalby, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Robinson, aye. Thank you, board. Okay, we're back to 9.2.2. Monthly enrollment update. Do you have any additional comments, Mr. Tennis? Who indicated they had, yes, Caitlin, Ms. Dalby?
So I think Mr. Tennis's points are well taken, and just, you know, from a data perspective, a data point isn't very valuable without relative information. And so the reason we have data points is to show trends. Whether the trend is a changing trend or a not changing trend, both of those tell us something. And so I think that it would be useful to be able to see you know, a chart that has trends as we move through the year. You know, a table is only data, and it's what we do with that data that helps tell a story for those of us who don't have our eyes on it every day.
Mr. Garris, I have experienced that at the semester change, we do have a significant, define significant, but there is a change in enrollment at that time, both in and out. We have early graduation, and a lot of people that are moving want to have their students finish a particular grading period before moving. So at that point especially, it would be very relevant to be able to see what's happened as, you know, as our semesters change.
Sure.
The other point where my experience is that we have some movement is at the first grading notice of probable failure, because we get students who will move to a credit makeup, credit assistance program. So those areas where significant movement occurs would be lovely to include, because I agree, it's not very flashy. Thank you, sir.
So I'm going to come to Tim's defense here that this.
I didn't mean to in any way.
This was.
I will actually enjoy sprucing it up a little bit, so no worries.
Okay.
Okay, Kelly had, I'm sorry, Superintendent Staley had started to mention that, you know, our funds are generated by seat time, you know, where is the student in school and in their seat, not just enrolled. So all of those things make it very important for why these reports are significant. 9.3.4, did you pull that as well?
Should we vote on 9.2.2?
We can, or we can take them both at once. What's your pleasure, board? Do I have a motion on?
I think that, yeah, we'll just approve it as is. I move that we approve it as, in accordance with the staff recommendation that was on the agenda.
Well, we've actually, I believe Superintendent Staley asked that it be, no, we'll approve it. We don't, we'll approve. Do I have a motion? On just approving 9.2.2?
So moved, so moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving 2.2.2 as submitted?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Board. The second item that was pulled is 9.3.4.
Yeah, I meant to give you, Madam Superintendent, a little heads up that I was going to just be asking about this, and I apologize that I didn't, but just what has becoming of this is the furniture that we replaced. This is the desks and tables that we replaced recently.
Yes, this is the furniture at our elementary schools that we replaced. So last March, the board approved using COVID relief dollars to purchase new elementary tables and chairs in order, at the time, to adhere to the 6-foot distancing piece. All those tables and chairs were delivered to our school sites and implemented before the first day of school. If I can have Julie come up real quick. She can speak to the next steps regarding the tables and chairs.
Thank you. You can keep it really short, Julie. I'm just curious as to what, because we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of tables and chairs, many of which were in thousands. Yeah, we're in very, very good shape. And so I assume we have some kind of good plan for that or something.
Yes, we have developed a flyer that will go out to first off, all public agencies to put that equipment up for donation to public agencies. And then after that period of time has lapsed, then it'll be open to the public. And there are some pieces that just simply need to be dismantled and recycled. And then we will see what we have left after that.
Based on your experience with this kind of thing, what do you anticipate is probably going to happen with this furniture?
Well, we've been fortunate that we, through our master plan, have tackled several of our elementary schools in the last 8 years. And that furniture was put out for surplus, and the local schools were able to come and shop and get what they needed and wanted. So I have a feeling that we're not going to get a lot of takers because they already have what they need and it's the same furniture. So it is likely that a lot of the furniture will be dismantled and recycled.
Ms. Dalby?
How far out are you casting the net of letting people know that, I mean, there may be schools that are further out, more rural schools that may think that it's worth the trip to Chico to pick up furniture, surplus furniture, especially in the areas that really are at a disadvantage for being in a rural area?
It's our goal that we're going to all of Butte County and all of our surrounding counties to start with.
Okay, and then how long are you planning on giving the process before it's time to put them on the chopping block?
Well, it's not going anywhere. There's no real reason to rush, other than it is out in the weather, and it takes up quite a substantial space, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
It's not possible to store it indoors.
And they're going to the corporate yard?
They're in the corporate
At the
right
corp
now.
yard, is that also where we have the buildings that can move? Thank you, portables.
Yes, it is.
And I'm assuming those portables aren't necessarily empty or available to at least store some things so they're not out in the weather? I don't want to see things go to the landfill personally. So,
Understood. We don't.
yeah.
We don't either.
Yeah.
The portables are what you call weatherized, so only 1/2 of them is accessible by the doorway, and they really will not store anywhere near this much furniture. It takes up quite a bit of space.
Is it an option for after the first wave of furniture gets picked
Possibly,
off before
yes,
we get into
will explore that.
before we get into the depths of winter?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Julie. You know
bet.
where my heart is.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, do I have a motion on 9.3.4?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to approve 9.3.4. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Board. That was a 4-0 yes vote. Okay, next we're on to item 10, our discussion action calendar. Information, Kelly Staley.
Thank you so much. Superintendent Staley, Board President Robinson, members of the board. We are thrilled to be back here tonight to share with you your draft trustee area maps that we have been working hard to prepare. I have Rob Murray here with me. He is our Director of Demographics and Planning, and we've been working on this together for you. I'll go over quickly kind of the agenda, what we're going to talk about, the timeline, and kind of where we're at, and then I'll hand it over to Rob, and he's going to go over the criteria with you, answer some questions, and then present the draft maps with the data and the analysis. Is this move the presentation along? Okay. I should have known that. I'm like, why isn't the slide moving? Again, we're going to review the trustee area creation timeline. You do have some time. You did start this process early, so we are not in a huge rush, but we do need to be done by March. We're going to review, again, the criteria. This criteria we've been collecting at board meetings and through public input through the district website since the process started all the way back in April of 2020, actually. We're going to present your initial draft trustee area maps. These maps can and will likely change. And we're going to review the criteria data for each map because there's quite a wealth of data. And then we're going to talk about some next steps. So a quick review of the timeline, and then I'm going to hand it over to Rob. This process really started back pre-pandemic, and then because of the governor's orders and COVID and the inability to really reach out to the public during a global pandemic, the pause button was pushed, and then the process started again just this year. So we have had 2 public outreach meetings already on September 1st and September 15th. It's not really typical to get a lot of public outreach until the maps are published. It's pretty common that that's kind of once the community starts seeing the initial draft maps, starts to understand how it might impact them and their family and their representation, that we start getting more community feedback. So there's still the opportunity to continue to collect that as the process moves forward. So that's important to note. We're here tonight, it's October 20th, to present these draft maps. November 3rd, we'll have a public hearing and to gain more input on those draft maps. November 17th, have a second hearing on that after incorporating from feedback. And then maybe by November 24th, we'll have a final map option. Maybe we'll need more public hearings, more map edits. I can let Rob speak to that. And then, the timeline currently is December 15th, the board to adopt the map, and then some to be determined dates following that. So I'm going to hand it over to Rob. He's going to go over kind of the legal requirements, the things that we have to consider when we're drawing these. These are not, optional. And then he's going to go over the criteria that was compiled, when it was compiled, who it came from for the criteria that we've used thus far to develop the draft scenario map. So I'll hand it over to Rob Murray. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Absolutely.
All right, so thanks for that intro. And then like Jamie said, we're going to first look at, when we talk about some of the criteria, that the legal requirements. And there's really 2 primary ones that we're looking at here. That is making sure that if there is a geographic concentration of a protected class, mostly looking at this by race and ethnicity, that we are acknowledging that. And then, of course, each of these trustee areas to preserve relatively equal voting power between all the people living in your district need to represent about the same number of people. And so, quick background for those of you who have not really worked with the nitty-gritty census data before. You see a map here. This is zoomed in kind of on the more central area of Chico just so that you can see some of these blocks. But we have various levels, and we're using the smallest, finest level of census data, which is the census block. And you would think, hearing that these might be, try to make them all about the same size, try to make them all about the same number of people, and that's not really how it works. We're doing a jigsaw puzzle here with pieces of very different shapes and sizes and numbers of people in them. But all in all, we have census blocks that some of them don't have any people in them. It's just an area where we know no people are. And then your largest block by population has more than 1,400 people living in it. So those are kind of the blocks that we're working in, and you see this is just a density map that just shows blocks and shows how many people are in them. This map, even here, can be, you have to keep in mind how big physically the block is, because the bigger it is, the easier it is to have a lot of people in it. But that is a discrete piece that we can't really break down any finer at that point. But these are the pieces that we're working with to piece together trustee areas that all have about the same number of people. And so big changes since 2010, when we started this process the first time around in spring of 2020. The 2020 census had not even been conducted, much less had data released, so we were still obligated to use the 2010 census numbers. So since that time, the total population recorded has increased from just over 107,000 people to now just over 120,000 people. We have also seen that, especially when looking at the Hispanic or Latino population, that the district is growing more ethnically diverse, going from just under 15% to now just under 20% of the population identifying as Hispanic or Latino. And interestingly, comparing some of the maps that were put together for the last presentation, that population of people identifying as Hispanic or Latino has become more evenly distributed around the district. We're not seeing as much of a single large concentration. So looking at this map, these are all those census blocks again, and now the ones that are in the darker shade are the ones that are more than 50% Hispanic or Latino. And what might catch your eye are those two big blocks at the top, and that's where we have to keep in mind that we still have to look at how many people are in them, because between those two blocks, we're talking about 11 people, all told. So a small block of 10 people that is 100% Hispanic or Latino is less significant in terms of a concentrated population of that class than several blocks that are all 50 to 60 to 70%, that have higher population in the dozens or the hundreds and that are closer together. And so I've really just looked at that one circled area where you have multiple blocks that are all majority Hispanic or Latino identifying population. And so that is an area that we want to make sure is not getting split apart and diluting that vote between multiple trustee areas. Yeah.
Question for you, sir. One of the many things that flashed across my consciousness as I was going over all this material, did I see that at least one of the map options that has a district that actually has more Hispanics in it that does not encompass this neighborhood? You may not know the answer to this question.
Yeah, I will have to look at that when we bring those numbers up.
I apologize, I don't have it.
Oh, no, and that's a great insight if that's the case, because again, just the area, while it has the most concentration, does not mean that is, there are more Hispanic and Latino people living all other areas of the district than there. Like I said, it really is, what really popped out with this is how much more evenly distributed this population is compared to in 2010, where you really had more of a sense. And again, that was where we had scaled back. We were really only looking at 30% as a threshold. Now we're at least able to start looking at the areas that are legitimately minority in that sense, but that you aren't seeing a very large concentration all built up. But this was the most significant one that I could identify.
Yeah, I did kind of find it, and it's the purple map. There's actually two districts proposed that don't encompass the Hispanic neighborhood, if I may, that have more than 24,000 people.
Or 24% of the people being Hispanic or Latino.
Yeah. The second district has 24.8%.
Yeah, and I think—
Mr. Tanis, I was also interested in that same issue. Why don't we hold off until we get to actually looking at blue versus green versus purple, and then take a deep dive into, your specific question.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think I have some ideas that can help speak to that when we get there. So, so carrying on. So yeah, I think that covers that. And so now we have, aside from those two mandatory criteria that we came into this process knowing that we were going to be looking at, we have some additional criteria discussed in public meetings. And to be clear, at our first public hearing earlier this year on September 1st, we did review the process that occurred in 2020 up to, again, when that pause button was hit. but that we had developed criteria at that time. And so in reviewing those, we kind of received some affirmation that we would continue to use the criteria developed the first go-around, and then we had some additional input, and so I'll kind of cover what happened this year, and then we'll back into the origin of some of those original criteria from 2020. So at that September 1st meeting, we did receive largely board discussion, which is perfectly permissible, and as Jamie said, really more typical at this stage. It is rather abstract for a lot of people, and it is much easier to really engage and start pointing out specific things that you feel are working well or more likely not working as well as they could be once you can see a map, and that's where we expect at the public hearing following this meeting to hear a lot more from the public. And crucially, that was exactly the stage where we were about to get to the first go-around when we had to pause the process. But that was where we did hear the criterion that is number 6 there of interest in seeing the proportion of owners and renters. We did put that data in. That was not shown in the 2020 version, and that was due to some of the discussion at that September 1st meeting. And then on September 15th, we did have a member of the community express explicitly that basing those trustee areas around the elementary boundaries as that most foundational element would be important. And so we do have, I mean, for all the map options, we're showing how that works. For one of them, I went into it using that as the primary guiding principle, but for even one of the other maps, I still used that as a secondary principle and was able to achieve a good degree of alignment on those.
Just a point of clarification, would it be accurate to say that that was the only public comment that we received that was that did not originate from the board?
Yes, in this iteration this year, yes. So going back to some of those original criteria that we came into this process with from last year, some of those did also originate with public comment. Most prominently there was the inclusion of those named neighborhoods of South Campus, Barber, and Chapmantown. We did have a public speaker at the public hearings in this process last year who encouraged us to not just look at schools, but to look at those neighborhoods as communities of interest and help identify what the boundaries of those should be.
Could you send me the links to those, or give me some timestamps or something for that?
Our first board meeting and public hearing was on March 4th of 2020, and then the second was on March 11th, and it was at that March 11th, 2020 meeting where that comment was received. Okay, yes, and we can send you the timestamps on those.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I believe that at our our September 15th meeting this year, we also had input where we wanted to be sure and take a look at the socioeconomic breakdown within the maps, and we were referring, I believe, Dr. Kaiser, we went back and looked at what we had already developed as possible maps before, and there was a couple of areas where there was a significant socioeconomic difference, and if I am not mistaken, that has, that too has changed with the latest census and maps, if I read it correctly.
Correct, and I don't have a side-by-side comparison because we've
Right.
really moved beyond the 2010 data, but yes, that was information that we were looking at in the previous process, and we definitely received that input to continue looking at that alongside other elements. And another, and again, just I think wanting to mainly reiterate how very normal and common this is for, again, we often have our initial discussions with the board who bring up some points of interest, and then we really want to hear from the community, and we provide those opportunities both before the maps are drawn, and then I think crucially going forward after the maps are drawn. As Jamie said, I personally would be shocked if one of these 3 initial options, exactly as it is right now, is what comes through to the end of the process. We anticipate that we will be hearing increasingly more from members of the community, and even an entirely new map option
Yeah.
can potentially come into play here if we hear about something that none of these three options really seems to address, that the community identifies as being really a crucial piece of this that hasn't really been covered. And as Jamie also mentioned, while we have this proposed timeline that we've thrown out, and that's our goal, should we need to hear from the community, should we get the feeling that voices are beginning to enter who need some space to get some ideas out, we do have some schedule where we can absorb that into the process.
I can't see behind you. Is our 13th District PTA representative here? There she is. Just making sure that, you know, that our interest and commitment to having input from 13th District PTA is working for you as far as getting reports and information. If there are more details or more information that you feel you need to carry back to your reports to 13th District, please let us know so that we can get that information to you.
Yeah, I have been having copies of the agenda that we sent out, give them time to send questions or anything that they may have. We also have forwarded the information that you guys have put on, and everybody is responding, yes, they've gotten it, yes, they've read it, so.
Good. Good. Thank you.
And so again, just not to just keep belaboring on this one, but just a quick review. So kind of those top three criteria are the ones that I think are driving the map options. You'll see, we'll review these again when we get into the maps. But looking at school boundaries, and as a school district, that makes sense that that is one of the most common things that we heard about. But particularly in a district like Chico, where you have two main high schools with a boundary, that you have a Chico High and a Pleasant Valley High parts of the district, kind of two different ways you can approach that, and some interest in seeing both how it would look with trustee areas that are each essentially representing one high school or the other, or inversely making sure that every trustee area has territory in both high schools. And then of course, hearing that input that perhaps the elementary schools really ought to be where we're showing our focus. And then, of course, we'll be looking at how the neighborhoods that were identified stack out across those maps. We'll be looking at the socioeconomic information that we have, and we'll be looking at that information that we have on the proportion of owners and renters. So just a quick review of the elementary boundaries. So again, zooming in so that you can see the detail in the central part of Chico, and then you have the inset where you can see how those boundaries extend out to the edges of the district, which of course is much larger. But just so that when I put these lines over the maps later, this is just a good reference for you so that you can see which schools these are and be able to pick them out a little more easily here. And then your high school boundaries, that single dividing line between the two high school boundaries, and where that runs through central Chico, and again, the inset showing how that extends to the edges of the district. And then lastly, these are the identified neighborhoods that we are showing here, and these are the boundaries that for this analysis have been used to define those neighborhoods. Again, that can certainly be part of that public input to add additional neighborhoods or to clarify what should be or should not be included as some of these neighborhood identifications. But for the purposes of what you'll be seeing tonight, this is the map that identifies what those neighborhoods are and what territory they are encompassing. So now we'll get into those draft trustee maps. So this is just a quick overall summary. So we are calling them the blue, green, and purple maps. And so just kind of in order at this top line level, so the blue map is the one that is really creating the way the population works out. You can have 2 trustee areas that are pretty much entirely within the PV boundary and 3 trustee areas that are pretty much entirely within the Chico High boundary. The green map option has every single trustee area covering territory in both high school boundaries, and then that purple map option is really looking at the elementary boundaries to help as much as possible. Of course, there's not a perfect match, but as much as possible to delineate those trustee area boundaries. And then for those other areas, we'll get kind of into all of this, but they all meet the population balancing requirements. And then you just see the kind of range of the Hispanic Latino population as just it works out as you go from blue to green to purple. You do get the trustee areas with the most and least concentrated amounts of that population. You start off in blue with the most balanced in terms of socioeconomic indicators, going to more disparity as you go from green to purple. And then we'll have a breakdown of how the neighborhoods are either all contained or split between trustee areas. So we'll start with our blue option. And so again, just showing the trustee areas here with nothing else on them. So just numbered, 1 in yellow, 2 in red, 3 in green, 4 in blue, and 5 in purple. And you can just see how those shapes look. And I think when we put the high school boundary on here, that's where you can really see how this was our guiding principle here, with areas 1 and 2 in PV, 3, 4, and 5 in Chico High, and a very, very close fit. Again, just some of that area between 1 and 3, just the shapes of the census blocks didn't allow us to keep a perfect match there. But overall, and most crucially, that population requirement actually does work, keeping those areas close enough in population to each other to allow you to take this way of looking at the trustee areas. And then we can also, yes.
This is actually probably a question for staff, but not that this would be an ideal situation, but would it be feasible in a hypothetical situation if something like this was adopted, where we were really trying to match up those boundaries with the high school boundary, to shift our boundaries just slightly so that those lined up? Does that make sense? To move it over a block or two?
Yeah, we'd really have to look at the population within that, because we've worked real hard to keep our high school populations the same.
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, I know
But,
it'd be a huge undertaking, but I mean, that would be something that we could look at later on, kind of thing down there.
Probably turn that right back over to Rob and Jamie to find out for us.
Yeah, thank you, Caitlin, for bringing that up,
Great
because we have seen actually some shift in the two senior high school populations not being in balance. So we might be able to, tackle that issue as well as the trustee. My experience is changing a school's boundary is much more difficult than
Oh, yes.
than changing a representational boundary for voting districts. I've lived through a couple of school boundary changes. My goodness.
So if that's the case, at what point does the scale tip to where we're like, okay, we really need to adjust our school boundaries? And how close to that are we?
So that actually happened when we couldn't fit all of the population of Shasta into Shasta School. So we had to go back out and look at changing the boundaries. We had community input, and we did end up taking a portion that then moved to Neal Dow. But, the short answer is because people grow up in neighborhoods, and there is a lot of transfer between schools in Chico, so it's, people still end up getting to go to the schools they want to. But people get attached to communities, and those boundaries are something we really try not to change.
Yeah, and so that was my other question, that's been my burning question, because I can't remember off the top of my head, I know I've asked this a few times, but what is the rough percentage of students who Form 10 and don't go to the school that where their home is in that district boundary?
I think you guys have that data and presented it.
I just, these are all great questions. We actually have that in your previous demographic and student housing report from last year that we did. We do a whole matrix that shows across the top the school of attendance, and across the left-hand side the school of residence. So you can actually see the exact number of students that are living in a boundary but going to another school. Or
we can send that out to the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that, if we're seeing 25% or more of our students Form 10ing, it almost doesn't make sense to even worry about school boundaries or anything like that, because they're kind of all over the place anyway. And really, how does districting even change how, if folks are living in a place where they're voting on somebody who's going to be, making decisions with weight for particular schools, because that's what we're saying here, but their students aren't actually going to those schools because they're Form 10ing, like, it just doesn't make sense to district at all.
Well, you don't have an option not to district. I mean, the districting has to happen.
That still is the case, because I thought there was some, I don't know, pushback or I just thought that, the latest is that it's not necessarily as strict as it was prior to COVID.
Well, that would be a question for your legal team. It's my understanding that it is not an option to not move to by trustee areas because there's been a legal challenge. So,
Mr. Gant, are you still available?
I am available.
Oh, I did
Can
not
you hear
even
me?
know Paul was here. Where are you?
Rob and company have been doing a great job, so I've been sitting in the background. But it would be a significant issue at this point to change tracks and to attempt, if there was a move to withdraw the resolution to make the change to the trustee areas, we would be back in litigation. And then, of course, the safe harbor that applied prior to COVID, when the board did agree to move toward district area elections, that safe harbor would be eliminated. And then the caps on attorney fees and costs for a potential challenge would be lifted as well. And you would be looking at a very high legal cost associated with that process if you were to go a different direction. And I think a court would look on it with great concern, unless there had been some really substantial change that would justify a change in direction. And I'm not aware of one that would be in favor of the district in that scenario.
So, Paul, our data has not changed significantly. That would not, if we were to go back and look at this, we would still fall under the requirement of needing to redistrict.
The issue that drives this is mostly historical, or at least was and remains the issue of a history of racially or ethnically polarized voting, and those facts on the ground, as I think Rob can attest, have not changed. The history is still there that would support the demand. And then, if anything, the current facts on the ground in terms of increased population in target groups, such as the Hispanic population increase, would drive the analysis as well. So while I don't generally give legal advice in public meetings, I would say it would present significant concerns to change tracks at this point.
My concern continues to be that this is not going to do what it's meant to do, and it could actually hurt our representation for some of these targeted populations by moving to districting. So I just don't feel like the evidence is prevalent enough, especially in this area, that doing this big move is going to accomplish what these litigation threats set out for us to have to do.
The legal test was one of whether there is a substantial or significant history of racially polarized voting within the jurisdiction. Under the law, and we can always debate the wisdom of the law, that triggers the obligation to move to district area elections. That was the intent of the legislature, and absent a change in law, we would be driven by that analysis.
Right, so what happens, I guess this would just have to, it's just a big experiment, really, because what happens if we make these changes and then see that it actually doesn't do what it's intended to do, but actually does the opposite or nil?
Paul, this is Eileen. I'm going to jump in here with some remembering of what we went through when we were initially confronted with the evidence that we needed to comply with what the Voting Rights Act said. And one of the things that I think we concluded at that point was that we have a situation here in Chico Unified where we allow a considerable amount of choice movement, so that our families and parents are free to, if there's room, to move, not physically, but by enrollment and our Form 10s from school to school within the district. And that even though the historical voting pattern did make us qualify for needing to comply with what the law says, one of the things we saw was that, like Caitlin just mentioned, you don't make a significant change in what the law thought it was going to accomplish. But with the new data from the 2020 census, one of the things that it seems to show is that our community has, in fact, spread itself out, and the concentration isn't as significant, and therefore that balance that we have to look at to make sure we don't balance a population to the point where they no longer have a significant impact in a particular voting area, which is the problem. You want to make sure that they have enough numbers within that district so that they can have sway over the results of that particular area's representative. That's what I'm looking for when we're looking at these maps, is that we don't dilute the voting power of an identified group.
And something else I just thought of, and I'm going to cut in because it goes right along with what both Eileen and I are saying. This is Caitlin again, Paul. Is
Hi,
that
Caitlin.
we do have certain schools in our district that are very specialized to certain populations of students, who I would say are targeted populations that need special services, and they come from all over the district. And so that's another concern, is that, then they are being represented by, again, if we're going to districting, that those schools won't be under representation by the people that they're voting for. At this micro scale of districting, I just am not convinced that it actually will accomplish what it is intended to, even though it's the law. And yes, we could debate the law all day long, but here we are.
Well, I do draw a distinction between how you determine attendance at your various schools and the intent of the Voting Rights Act and what we're doing with redistricting in terms of the strength of voters. You're not required to focus solely on attendance areas in forming maps. That's just one option. And you may decide that there's other ways that you want to do it. And I'm sure Rob can talk about that, and we could even probably generate more maps to look at that. And the districting for purposes of voting does not impact on your ability to move students from place to place in any way. So I'm not sure that those factors really are going to impact on the decision about how to develop the districts. And the other thing I would point out, though, is that the decision to move to district area elections has been made. The board voted, and that is currently, if you will, the law of the district. If there were an interest or desire to revisit that, it would have to take place through a reconsideration or a revisiting of that original vote. And that could happen, I suppose, in parallel to moving forward to developing your plan. But I would strongly suggest it would need to be agendized. I don't think the members of the public tonight would believe that the board was revisiting that fundamental decision, because I don't think that's on the agenda.
Yeah.
You would have to really go back and agendize that, and I would strongly recommend a closed session agenda item to look at anticipated litigation, because you would almost certainly be facing a very high likelihood of a legal challenge.
And that would put us in jeopardy of losing our safe harbor status in how we got to out of the litigation situation that we were in before. Is that something that we would have to cover in closed, Paul, or?
I really, those are highly sensitive communications between attorney and client. The board's my client, that I wouldn't want to initiate that conversation here tonight, particularly it's not even on the agenda.
I agree.
Paul, this is Caitlin again. I just want to say that I appreciate you. There's 4 of us sitting up here on the board today, and 2 of us are new this year, and so some of these concepts are really important for us to revisit, especially after the census has come out, and especially after we've already seen some of the early results of the 2020 election as well. So I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Well, I absolutely agree, and I am conscious of the changes on board, given the lengthy the delay in picking the process back up. I will say that part of our charge as we look at developing these district areas is to not develop a plan that would cut against the fundamental purpose of the law, which I understand to be to strengthen the opportunity of the targeted groups of, racial, ethnic minority groups that may exist in the district to have an increased chance of electing at least one member of their preference, which isn't necessarily a candidate from their ethnic group, but it may be, it often is, but it could also be simply the favored candidate, relatively speaking, of a particular minority group. So the intent of the law is not to dilute, but to strengthen that opportunity. And I think that as you look at your maps, you're going to want to look at that very closely and kind of leave Rob to crunch the numbers and talk about what each of the options is likely to do in that regard.
One of the things that we have available to us in what has already been developed is we have not only the neighborhood identifications, the attendance boundaries for our different schools, but we also have identified those schools that we have one that's a magnet school at the elementary level, and so we have a lot of information presented to us and outlined in the overview of the 3 currently proposed maps. So, we can change our criteria or move things around in the maps, but we have all of those elements pretty much before us.
Right. And one thing that we did prepare for you in the previous go-around, because it was happening in the spring after we'd done that year's demographic analysis and student housing report, your dasher, was that detailed breakdown of the current year's students by the attendance matrix. We have we're past your census day. We have your student list. We can go ahead and do that same breakdown. So that, and what really jumped out with that process last time, of course, was that really with the choice that you have, every single trustee area pretty much had families living in it who were sending kids to every single school in the district.
Yeah.
But one thing that does jump out is that one of the schools that does retain usually more of its resident population is Chapman, which also coincides with one of those areas that we've looked at with that concentrated Hispanic and Latino population. So that, some of this does dovetail a little bit, but if it would be helpful, we can certainly go ahead and prepare that information, since I may be doing it for this year's demographic analysis, we can just have that those numbers available a little bit sooner instead of waiting until we usually do kind of after the winter break to present your dasher to you.
Board, what's your pleasure? Would you like to have that at the next overview meeting?
I think that would be fine, but I really think that Rob hasn't been able to finish his presentation, and that we should move with that.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and, we have two more options. So you've seen this one, just a really quick look. There we go. And then just putting those elementary boundaries on, and again, you can just see up there in the inset, just keeping between the now Shasta and northern part of the Neo-Dow boundary, keeping that as the main line between areas 1 and 2, and just in the south, again, between Emma and Chapman there, being able to kind of carve out, again, where Emma and Citrus come together, but just using those elementary boundaries as a logical place to look for where you can form some of these trustee areas. So now on to your green option. So again, very different looking shapes. We still have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But now as we put our high school boundary on, looking both in the inset and in the close-up portion here, you can see that each area covers territory in both high schools. And this does lead, this is very similar to a map that we had last time around, where you have the 2 areas on the sides of the district that really cover that north-south span, and then 3 more concentrated areas that are in the middle of the district, but achieves that first goal. This one does make it quite a bit harder to line up with the elementary boundaries. So I wanted to include that map just to see that once you are straddling the high school boundary, you're by nature also straddling a lot of the elementary boundaries. But we still, to the extent we can, and to the extent of looking at the neighborhoods, trying to keep those in mind as we're drawing boundaries, but with a main purpose that's driven by the high school boundaries. And now our purple map, the third one presented tonight as an initial option. And again, that emphasis that these initial options are just the beginning of a conversation. We'll have our first public hearing about these maps next month, early, and then as we get feedback, we will refine, we will add, we will do everything we can to come up with a map that checks as many boxes as we can for all of the stakeholders in this process. But so for this start, here in the purple map, again, you have your numbered areas. So this time, the high school boundary isn't done with as much relevance, but now looking at the elementary boundaries, and again, just with the number of elementary school boundaries, the way that the populations are dispersed in your district, very hard to get a perfect match, but again, able to put, for example, Chapman and Little Chico Creek together, able to put a large part of Shasta in with Emma Wilson, Citrus, actually just because of the overall population in that boundary, particularly with the campus at CSU and with downtown, winds up being most of its own boundary. And then looking at the southern part of Neo-Dow with Sierra View and Marigold. So there is a lot of correlation in this one. That is, again, maybe some different groupings than what you saw with the blue option. So we're not going to just go through every number point on this. Again, we're happy to answer some questions about this. This is just more looking at what is made available so that you have the information to just do some comparisons. So first off, with the 2020 census data, we have 2 ways of breaking that population down. The first is the total population, and then second is the population that is 18 and over, or your current voting age population. And so what you tend to see is that the percent of Latino and Hispanic population is higher in the total population, which makes sense demographically. That is, you already saw the increase overall from 2010 to 2020. That is the population that is increasing in the younger demographics. And so as more of that population ages into voting age, then you're almost kind of seeing a preview of, by the next 10 years from now, what that voting age population might then also look like. But as we said, we have the, for any race or ethnic category that makes up at least 1% of the total district population. We are providing the percentages by each trustee area. You have at the top just the total district population. So you can see it is the percent Hispanic or Latino, percent white, percent Asian, percent Black or African American that are all provided individually. Any other single race that was identified by itself was less than 1% of the total population. So we, for this analysis, are grouping those together. If there was interest in seeing that fully broken out, we can certainly supply that. And then also, this was a question that came up in one of our early conversations, but that percent of 2 or more races. In this case, I wanted all of the totals to add up to those hundreds, but it is common practice to, just for instance, if someone had identified as both Black and Asian, that you could add that population to both of those totals, and so you will have totals that exceed 100%. But again, with the percentage of people identifying as any combination of 2 or more races, it is still not going to bump any one category aside from the white population above 50% overall. So for this initial analysis, we're keeping that as its own group. And so again, it is really just if we hear input that it would be valuable to really break that down, we are happy to continue supplying greater and greater detail. But this lets you see across the blue, green, and purple maps the proportion of the population that would be in each trustee area as looked at through the 2020 census data on race and ethnic identity. So I'll just kind of go through these and just explain what they are and what the numbers you're looking at mean. And then as you have questions, we can go back and revisit some of them. So socioeconomic and tenure data. So socioeconomic, we looked at 2 things, the median household income. Now this is not data that is supplied from the 2020 census data yet. It will come out, but for the redistricting, really what we have are population by race and ethnicity, and a couple of other more specialized things like group quarters. Since you don't have a large prison in your district, we're not as concerned with kind of mitigating how that population should interface with everyone else. So in this case, we are looking at the American Community Survey, which is the most recent snapshot we have from census data. This is available also in the census block group level, so we are still able to correlate this as closely as possible to get an average median household income for each of these trustee areas. And then you can just see, I've just rounded those to the nearest 1,000, and then you see how those can compare and contrast across the different trustee areas. More precisely, we have from your current student list, one field that is provided is if that student is listed as qualifying for the free or reduced price meals program, FRPM. And so we're seeing those side by side. You see there is a fair amount of correlation between those, but we're just presenting them both to you so that you can see how those compare across the district. And then interestingly, I actually thought it was really fascinating that looking at that tenure data, the owners and renters, it is almost exactly district-wide 50-50 in terms of the households that own versus rent where they're living. And so given that as your baseline that you're comparing everything to, you can really see which options are relatively more balanced or relatively deviated. And again, it's not that one is good or one is bad. There might be some benefits to having a trustee area that has a more emphasis on one or the other, but this just lets you see which ones are more or less balanced and which areas in particularly stand out. And then finally, we have that neighborhood analysis. So what we've just done here is, again, that map to remind you of, for this purpose, what we're considering those neighborhoods to be. And then under the blue, green, and purple options, we have your trustee areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we've just checked off. So in the blue map, for example, every neighborhood is entirely contained within a single trustee area. You see just each column has just one X in it. Under the green option, the avenues is actually split between 3 different trustee areas. And again, for some that might, it's not that that is inherently good or bad. It just depends on how that's approached, but this is that you see how well the neighborhoods are either contained within or split between different trustee areas under these options. And so I'll pause here, because if we have any questions about this data, I'm happy to speak to those before we move on to just a reminder of what our next steps look like.
Ms. Dalby?
Yeah, thank you. And this is probably more of a question for Paul for clarification and using this sort of as an example. So one of the last things that you said, Paul, was that the intent of the law, if I was hearing this right, and please, please, please obviously correct me if I'm wrong, the intent of the law is to create districts in such a way that our the protected class population, in our case, the Hispanic voting population, has maybe more representation within one district rather than being evenly split amongst the other districts. Did I hear you explain that correctly?
Well, I don't know why I would define the intent of the entire law. I would say that the law is intended to do that if it increases the opportunity for a minority group to elect a candidate of its choice. Whether that is, that's the primary intent of the law is to increase the opportunity for those populations that are a substantial minority within the district to have an opportunity to elect candidates where they or candidates where they have not been able to in the past, and at least the legislation was written so that if that result can be obtained or at least promoted by concentrating a higher number of the target population into one of several districts, that is to be encouraged. I want to emphasize that the issue of whether to initially pursue a movement to the trustee areas from at-large voting is a different issue than how to divide up those districts. And if there is a desire by one or more board members to revisit the fundamental question, that I believe is within your jurisdiction to go back and look at that. But I would strongly recommend that it be brought forward as a new agenda item at a different meeting when it's on the agenda, and that it also be recognized that we got here by way of a demand letter and a resolution of litigation. So we would be back in the strong likelihood of litigation, and the board would want to get legal advice before setting forth a record in public, of your positions and a debate on a topic that's not on the agenda.
Sure. The reason for my question is strictly talking about the districting and not whether to district or not. So in terms of what you're saying, and I think Rob can speak to this, there are some scenarios that even in what we're seeing so far that would strengthen the Hispanic minority in at least one or two areas. But again, it would lower their strength perhaps in other proposed district areas. Right.
And yes, I think that's a good summary.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. So for example, if we were just going to say, we're going to vote on these three, I know that we're definitely still at the drawing board, but for the sake of examples, the purple map option shows that the highest percentage of all three options is for District 2 at 23.8% Hispanic voters in that option. So if that was the goal, we would say, okay, we're going with the purple map with the anticipation that they have more representation for that district, but what are we doing to the Hispanic vote in the other 4 districts? And that's, a concern and something to maybe be taking into consideration, especially with public comment and things like that. But thank you, that clarifies, and I think that,
No, I think that's a great point, and I will be very curious what, again, I anticipate a steady increase in public engagement with this. Now that we have maps, it's much easier to look at something and point out your concerns about it. And I just say you, meaning just a general person who comes into this process and might just be seeing some of this and really kind of having the light bulb click and say, okay, now I have some opinions, and now I'm going to come tell them about it at the next opportunity. And that's what we've seen a lot, talking to other demographers, because we do hang out and talk to each other.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, who are doing this work, it's very, very common that it's very quiet in the early stages of this. You kind of just need to put something out to just get the conversation really rolling. And I think that's obviously, we're already doing a lot of that tonight. And then we'll really look forward to how many more voices we start hearing from the general community at our official public hearing, which will, again, no changes will be made to the maps between now and then. Again, we're just making sure that we've presented the maps, that everyone understands the data and what the maps are showing, and then we can really talk about them as much as people want to at the public hearing.
Rob,
Yes.
it would be permissible for any board member to ask for additional information to be presented at the next meeting.
Correct, and we did that last time around.
Right.
Yes.
I just clarifying again, because we did have, Matt was not present at that last meeting, and I know that that was one of the issues that was mentioned for a bit tonight. Do you have anything that you've been able to, for those that are watching on Zoom, Mr. Tennis, is there anything that you would like Rob to have available to present at the next meeting when we come back for more discussion?
Just the information that but I'm going to get it between now and I'm going to get it tomorrow. Not really, no. I wonder what the basis upon which our moving forward will be. I guess community input and everything that you already addressed. I'm just curious and intrigued as to what the little baby steps will look like of us actually moving toward one map or another. Frankly.
Yeah, and I can speak to that with a moment if you'd like me to.
Something you said raised question for me, because we are supposed to make sure that any information that's given to one board member, that all board members have access to that same information. And I'd be interested in making sure that if you do have information you'd like presented, that it come to the next board meeting. Am I off base, Superintendent Staley, in wanting to make sure that we all have the same information available to us?
We can certainly bring it to the next board meeting. We can also take this information and make sure any information given to the board is also posted on the website.
And we don't necessarily have to wait till the next
that
meeting,
website
right?
thing.
Like if we go and get the information that Mr. Tennis is asking for and it comes back to staff tomorrow, it can be emailed out to the full board as soon as it's available.
We just have to make sure we make it available to the public as well.
Yeah, that was my concern, was that we all have, the information that we think about and request available. Okay, I keep forgetting that we're in 2021 and we do have things like websites.
And actually, the mention of the website does bring one more thing to mind, in that there is a dedicated page for this process on the website, and the community input that has been received thus far is all available there, so that everyone can look back at, again, the input received at our 2 public input meetings thus far, and that will be a live, living page that I expect to become much more prolific again as we move ahead. And I think addressing Mr. Tennis's point, I think really what we'll begin to see is requests for, again, maybe some additional information, and then once that information comes in, suggestions on, and sometimes it really does just get down to, can we just move these couple of blocks, like out of this one and into this one, and what would that look like? It might just be, hey, none of these are really working for me based on X, Y, or Z. Let's see a new map. And so again, it's this initial process that we proposed is kind of assuming that we might introduce a new map early on in that process, and then it could kind of gain some traction to obviously have everyone comfortable to say this one seems to be the one that has the most support behind it. One tool that I've seen some other districts use is, once we get to those final map options, having them on the district webpage with some kind of voting mechanism, just so that you can gauge if there is disproportionate public support for one particular option over the other 2 or 3 or however many we have by that point. But really it will be that kind of iterative process where ideally these 3 maps will still be in it, but can be tweaked. And then if, again, it comes out that really a 4th or even a 5th or however many map options are needed to show people what they think represents a good system, which ultimately is accomplishing the goal of having each member of the board representing an area, and for future candidates to only need to campaign to the electorate in that area. I think that's the other side of that equation that hasn't been discussed directly tonight, and that is hard to quantify, but has that impact of who would run in the future that might not have bothered running in the past when you had to campaign to the entire district in that election. So just some thoughts to keep in mind, but I will, again, be at your pleasure here to just answer any further questions.
Ms. Dalby?
I think this is my last one for tonight. Because I do remember last time we spoke up here that I had asked if we might be able to see if there's any preliminary data coming out of the 2020 election for Chico City Council, because this was the first election with newly drawn districts at that small of a local level right here in Chico. And I don't know if any of that data is accessible, or if or how it would be useful, but it would be something that I would be interested to see if it is available, because it may tell us a little bit more about how districting is affecting the voting turnout, and if it in Chico, for the city of Chico, if it does seem that it's doing what it's intended to do, if that makes sense.
We're so much bigger than the city of Chico's 588 square miles.
But we overlap, so I think it's important because the demographics are very similar. Minus Cohasset and Forest Ranch and Nord. Yeah, since we encompass the city of Chico and then extend a little bit, the data should be pretty similar.
Right. I will see what I can rustle up if I look at, it would probably be the Butte County Office of Elections.
Okay.
And again, to the extent that there might be some data, I'm happy to bring what is available. And again, to the extent that we, again, caveat anything that is the city election, that this is, as we just clarified, just a subset of the area that we're looking at for Chico Unified School District.
It's funny, someone did ask a very similar question after the city went through the process. And what was discovered was that because they are just in the city, they have 7 seats instead of 5. Chapman had not yet been annexed. And there was another area that had not yet been annexed to the city. It was hard to compare, what we're trying to do in our balance issues and what they went through. It was amazing how they just didn't. It was worse than apples and oranges. It was like throwing in a pomegranate in the middle of it.
A question?
Yes.
Unless you wanted to respond to her.
Oh, no, I wasn't expecting a response. I was just.
Do you have socioeconomic and tenure data And
Yeah.
for that matter, I mean, the total population by race and ethnicity, but for elementary school, territories, what do you call those? Districts, what do you call it?
Yeah,
Elementary.
so certainly for the student free and reduced lunch data, that is very
That's
easily
what we
provided.
used.
It would be a matter of, it would definitely be an estimation using the census median household income data, just because at the larger geographic units that those are provided by, less likely that they'll line up as evenly with the elementary boundaries, but we could give you at least an approximation. But the student free and reduced lunch percentages would be quite precise to those any school boundaries you have. And so if that is something, I can certainly include
I'd be interested in that.
a summary of that.
I lean toward the position that the elementary boundaries are valuable because there's so many of them. You know, I mean, we're trying to draw these nuanced, district lines, and it just kind of, we're familiar with them, we know them, they are respective of neighborhood. It's sort of like it's building on work that we've already got in place.
Yeah, I agree. And what fascinated me was that with some of the plans, there were only 2 elementary schools within the proposed district, and another one had 5 elementaries in one district in order to, balance. And I think it's because our student population is so mobile between schools.
Yep. And that is part of it. And then, as I mentioned in one of the maps, especially if you're looking at just that citrus boundary,
Yeah.
you are also keeping in mind that you have the resident CSU Chico population that is technically inside of that boundary, and that your general population, especially the parts where you have more of that aging population that don't currently have school-age children in the district, but are still voters who live in your district, that the heat map of kind of that density is probably different from the density of families with kids right now. So yeah, we do have a few different things that we're all looking at and just trying to come down to easily digestible sets of numbers that we can look at without making this a 3-inch thick binder full of numbers. But we'll certainly continue to, just as information will be useful and move the conversation forward and help clarify a good outcome, we'll certainly keep, I mean, you have to usually ask me to quit giving you numbers, so yeah. But yeah.
I can't imagine what that's like when all the demographers get together to talk about CVRA. It's like a rockin' good time, you guys, right?
Hey, we're cool.
You are very cool, yes. They were so excited about the census data. You have a significantly high degree of what we call, intra-district transfers. So, some are up to 54.5% of the students that are transferring into a elementary school boundary or out of that boundary and attending another school. So I think, to your point, it might be helpful to provide that tomorrow as a data point with the other data that we're providing, so you have that to look at and to consider as part of this process. So we're happy to provide just that matrix. We can provide it on its own, so you're not digging through the study to look for it.
That will be from the 2020-21 matrix, though.
Yes.
And then as we are able to prepare the matrix from the current year, then we'll update that. But yes, we can, just so that everyone has that as a refresher, just to be able to see precisely which school boundaries had those interesting shifts, and also which couple of them don't as much.
Yeah, that, those particular details were what was most interesting to me when we started this process 2 years ago, was the, like you just said, some schools that had 50% lived in the district but didn't attend in that elementary district. That was huge. Anything else, board? Are we,
I'll just want just the last part of the presentation. Well, so again, I've actually kind of touched on this already, but just to make sure it's very clear, so the maps will not change. I will bring some additional data on some of that student enrollment detail, summaries of free and reduced lunch by elementary boundary, to the extent that there might be some city council election data that we can just show at the next meeting. But otherwise, we'll be looking at these same maps. But we will have a public hearing and invite all interested members of the community to tell us what's working, what's not working, what else we can be looking at in regards to these maps or the potential for new map options. And then again, incorporating that feedback, we'll come back again on November 17th with potentially at that point revised map options, and then continue to hear feedback. And then this is just a kind of the default proposed timeline. And I think really before we get too far, much further ahead of that, we just want to see how these next couple of public hearings go and where we're standing after the 17th. And we'll just continue to look forward on a proposed timeline that, again, is fairly flexible at this point. You did well in starting the process early enough to build in some flexibility, while at the same time that if we can reach a conclusion that is satisfactory and meets enough of the requirements that people feel comfortable with, that we can also move that forward sooner rather than later. Okay, but that. Sorry, I think I do not have a
Where's your
concluding
bugs?
slide, so I think that is it, everybody. Sorry, I've got an abrupt end to the movie there, but.
no, that's all, folks, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Yep.
I do want to point out that the only person that really related to Tim's dilemma were you two.
Okay. This is informational only, as we've commented several times, and we'll be back on November 3rd for more discussion. And to continue to check information on our website, even though the maps won't change, you'll be able to look at comments and things that have been submitted and possibly submit some of your own. Okay, is it 10 to, yes, 10.2?
Yes.
Are you closing the hearing at this time?
Oh, our hearing is closed. Thank you, Paul.
That's okay, just.
It wasn't a hearing, but.
Eileen,
Have a good evening, everyone, and I'm going to check out unless someone anticipates needing me for the rest of the
Thank you,
meeting.
Paul.
thank you, Paul.
I appreciate it. It's been a very interesting meeting, and I look forward to continuing the process.
Eileen, it's
And
10.1.
technically, Paul, we did not have a hearing at this meeting. It was an informational only
It
item.
was informational item only. I
Yes,
apologize.
that's-
My mistake.
That's okay. I
Okay.
don't mind being able to use this gorgeous mallet. Good night, Paul.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Yes.
So at our last board meeting, we had the first reading of 2 board policies. Tina is bringing forward the uniform complaint procedures, and Marie is here if there are any questions regarding the conflict of interest board policy. But this is the second reading, and we're requesting approval for the changes in these board policies.
That is correct. I don't have too much more to add to what Kelly had said.
Yeah. Board, do we have any questions on either? Well, let's take them one at a time. The first submission is the yes, the conflict of interest. And the major change on that is actually nearly at the bottom of that involves a disciplinary action, which Tina, of course, you are Yeah.
The conflict of interest is actually under Marie.
Oh, okay. Any questions on that provision?
I move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. Oh, we have. Excuse me, I need to turn the page. The first one was, my computer does not want to, it's 9270.
Yes.
Okay, I know, Mr. Tennis, you moved. Was there a second? Dr. Kaiser seconded. There was no public comment, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, board. That's 4 yes. The motion passes. The next one is there's a lot of additional.
This one is Board Policy 1312.3, Uniform Complaint Procedure.
Which is, it's still item 10.1.2.
I'm sorry, what?
It would still be item 10.1.2, so.
Yes, it
okay.
is, but it's the
Second one.
1312.3. Yes, and there's a significant change in, well, not a change, but there's a lot of language that was deleted, and the red language is the newly proposed language.
That is correct, and that actually came from our reviewer for uniform complaints from the Department of Education, so it's the most updated language.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions of Ms. Keene on what's in these? Was the significant addition of the parenting issues and the homeless and foster child stuff, was that what?
That was some, but there was additional on preschool as well. Toward the end, you see quite a bit of preschool there, and we do have some state-run preschools at our sites.
Yep. Members?
I move approval.
Okay, I have a motion to approve by Member Tennis. Do I have a second? I'll second the motion. Thank you. I'll second the motion. Do we have any?
There's no public comment?
No public comment. Thank you. Okay, board, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. That passes 4-0. Just noting that.
Thank you, Tina and Marie.
Thank you.
Yes.
Really quick point of order. I just want to remind the board that we should make sure we just follow our steps appropriately and wait for President Robinson to call for a motion so that we are going through our steps in order and not asking for public comment after we've already put a motion on the floor. I know we all want to move through these items that aren't so controversial and kind of catch up with our agenda for the night. But yeah, let's just please be cognizant of President Robinson's steps of order.
So we can't move approval until she specifically calls for a
She
motion?
should be calling for it, yes.
It's in our, yes, our format that's recommended through the procedures that we have approved to.
Okay.
The other thing that I thought I saw was that board discussion was out of order on my, no, it's, thank you. Caitlin, I thought I was following it. Anyone want to do a quick stand-up and stretch, or are we good and just move on? Board?
Oh, go ahead. I'm good to move on, but I'm totally okay with a stretch as well.
I would vote that we power through as
Okay.
quickly as possible on these non-controversial items.
Okay. Okay, our educational services presentation by Kristen Lauer.
Oh, wait, first we need to set the annual organizational meeting. 10.1.3.
Well, I know it's in here. I didn't
And,
see it before I turned the, oh, yeah, the December organizational meeting. Setting a date for the annual organizational meeting. It usually is tied to when the election occurs. That's not what we're basing our thing on, because we have no new members that would be seated.
Correct.
So
We do
do you have
requirements
anything additional to add in the way of presentation, Ms. Daly?
No, we do need to set the date, and we have to send this to the county office.
Right.
And at our organizational meeting, we're proposing we do that on December 15th. That's where we will elect officers of the board and set our calendar for the following year, as well as make any changes to our agenda.
The agenda says December 9th. You just said,
And my
Huh?
attachment here says December 15th.
It's a typo right now.
okay, let me open my,
December 15th.
okay,
I was
it's,
just clarifying to make sure which one was accurate.
yep, it's on the resolution. It does say December 15th. Is there any question or anything from any board member? Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
I was just going to say that I was really hoping to actually be on vacation that week. I'm not kidding, but I guess I'll have to change my plans.
I'm sorry, Ms. Selby, I can't
I
hear
said
you.
I was wanting to be on vacation that week and actually get out of
Again?
this
Oh,
state.
no, I'm just
I
kidding.
haven't had a
I'm
break
just
in a
kidding.
really
I'm
long
just
time.
kidding.
Yeah, when you're not a teacher anymore, you don't get to plan your vacations accordingly. So anyway, that's my only opposition, is just that that was the time that I thought I'd be able to get out of the state, but I can try to just not do that.
Okay, if there's no public comment, and it's been indicated that there is not, does the board have any motions associated with this agenda item?
I've got a question. Is there an option for having it on a?
So the board adopted calendar had the meeting on December 15th. The board always has the right to change a date. You just have to act on it as a board.
I think the only issue is that we're going to be for the CSBA in San Diego on the 1st, which is our
Right.
other board meeting. But I don't, I mean, people need vacations. So I guess it becomes the issue of,
It would be finals week. If we postponed it a week, it would be,
Let me just check something very
yeah,
quickly.
how do we
because
have a board meeting on the 1st, which is what I'm showing, when we have CSBA?
That's true.
We don't have one on the 1st.
we don't have.
We
one.
don't,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't show one on the first.
Okay, well then, I would say,
Especially because that's the same meeting that we're supposed to be adopting the map, this December 15th meeting.
well,
It just seems like a pretty big date, so I will just not go on vacation. That's
Write
fine.
us a letter of what you think we ought to do during that, and then we'll take that into consideration.
I'll make it into a resolution.
So what about Wednesday, the 8th? Is that not feasible work-wise?
I don't believe we can get we don't get back from CSBA in time to get stuff submitted for the agenda.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, woman, you just got sunk.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry, we've set December 15th as our regular board meeting when we scheduled these last December. And I don't see any option for changing that doesn't interfere with finals week. So we're December 15th?
Was there already a motion made?
Huh?
Was there already a motion made?
No, we're
Okay.
waiting for
Okay.
her.
No, do we have any public comment, Madam Superintendent?
There is no public comment.
Does the board have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, second? Second by Dr. Kaiser. No further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the organizational meeting being set for December 15th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, board. Motion passes with 4 ayes. Okay, next is Ed Services multi-year competition grant overview for, and this is Kristen.
I'm Kristen.
Hi,
So this is
Kristen.
going to be quick and positive. The purpose of this is 3 things. To introduce myself, 1, there's my slide up there that's tiny. To introduce myself, to give you a snapshot of Chico Unified's grants, and then just to tell you how we go about grants procurement in Chico Unified. So I'm Kristen Lauer, and I've been with Chico Unified for 20 years. Most of my time has been teaching English. And for the last 5 years, I've been managing Chico Unified's larger grants and writing grants with our previous grants coordinator, Liz Metzger, who is retired. This is me. That's my contact up there. You're welcome to reach out to me at any moment. I write and coordinate our grants. And you can't see up on the slide there, but we have 25 active grants right now, and 3 are pending. And that's pretty normal. That's a pretty normal amount for us. The grant search, on that slide, there's 4 items mentioned there. Grant Watch is a grant aggregator that basically you plug in your criteria and it kicks me stuff that I then share with Ed Services. And then we've got some, stalwarts up there, grants.gov for federal grants, california.gov for California grants, and then, of course, the North Valley Community Foundation. And there are actually many others, but I was just trying to give you a snapshot. And so how this works is if anybody is interested in a grant, Superintendent Kelly Staley gets a lot of notifications, probably more than any of us, about opportunities. They come to me. And then I prepare a grant snapshot for Ed Services, which I attend every week, actually 2 times a week. We'll have a new grant snapshot tomorrow morning at Ed Services. And then we sort of look at our capacity, our need and our capacity to manage the grant, because that's the other part of it. Is this a clicker for the slides? Look at that. Okay, so you can't see the colors very well, or the key. You can't see the key very well. Okay, so you can, but they can't. So anyway, I'll just a summary here. This is funding by the millions, and it goes up in increments of 2.5 million. So your first question is probably, oh, well, why is there a drop in 21-22? And I just wanted to point out that so the green and the orange bars from 2019 to 2021 was the year that we had all of our CTE, we wrote our CTE facilities grants, which had caps of 3 million. So there was just a lot of funding in those years, and a lot of that is actually in the works right now. Anyway, so these again are just our competitive grants. We have other grant funding that's more formula grant, but these are our competitive grant competitions. And lastly, how am I doing on time? 5 minutes. I've been told not to go longer than that. Good. Just use the cards. If you want to put the red card up on me, you can do that. I've created a grant support hub on our website, and it's basically for teachers to let us know, hey, if they're interested in applying for a grant, I can offer support. We can offer support. It's definitely not just an effort by myself. Good. I love it. I need that. I'm thankful for Tim Karras and his spicy data because, is he gone? There you are. I couldn't do this job without his data, so I'm so appreciative of that. Anyway, so there's support on our website. We support individual teachers that might want to, apply for little grants on their own, and then I handle the bigger ones in-house with this team that I love working with. Questions? Thanks.
Yeah.
I miss her.
We appreciate over the years, grants have kept us alive. Thank you.
I have a question, Kristen, actually, because that the online help for teachers for those little grants that are out there, how long has that been a thing?
So that's a good question. It's been a thing for a while, but when I say it, I've changed it so that it's a lot fewer words now, basically. And there's a button on the website now that they click, and it goes to a Google form, and then it kicks me an email that shows me that somebody's interested in the grant, and then I reach out to them. So it's been a thing for a while, I would say probably for the last 8 years. But it hasn't taken the shape of a hub, a support hub. That's just brand new. In fact, it's not totally done. I'm working on it right now.
Gotcha. I guess just because in my current role, I'm like deeply involved in the grant writing world now. And I come across those little grants all the time.
Yep.
Like, oh, if I was a teacher and I had the time and the energy, I would have wanted to apply for that.
Yep.
And, as a teacher, when you're busy and you do occasionally, like maybe once a year, come across something like that, you're like, I have no time or energy for this. And I didn't know that even there was any kind of resource available to help with. So.
Yep, and we're as it's being built, there's a tab now on the site where, because I have a grant aggregator, where if I see little things that teachers might be interested in, I pop them onto the site. And then we depend on Director of Secondary Education and the Director of Elementary Education to push that out, to get that out to the sites. But that's sort of something that's up and coming because there are so many grants, and I certainly couldn't write them all.
Nope.
So, just like you said.
Right. Yeah. Cool. I hope that teachers start to really know that that's there and get to take advantage of it.
That's
Thanks.
the goal.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is informational only, board. We don't need any motion. Next up is Mr. Hanlon with 10.3.1, information and update on the COVID employee testing.
Yes, thank you. So Governor Newsom declared that starting October 15th, our employees and staff on our campuses had to either be vaccinated or we had to test them weekly. We're in our first week of testing, and Michelle Bunch is going to give us an update on where we are. We're literally on day 3 right now, so we're just taking our baby steps. So Michelle has some good information for us.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Bunch, COVID lead for Chico Unified, and I wanted to just give you an update on how many people we tested last week. Last week was our first week, and we tested 282 employees through our screening program. During that time, we had 2 positive employees, and this week we anticipate testing around 365 staff. So you might be asking why so many more. We started last week knowing that the mandate began on Friday, and have been in the process of collecting vaccination cards. And through our digital system, as of today, we've collected 1,404 vaccine cards that have been uploaded by staff, and that includes staff, substitutes, and coaches, as well as student teachers. When you look at regular employees that are not temps or long-term subs or substitutes, the estimate was 1,582. So you can see we're getting close to our regular employee number there. when I originally took numbers on the regular staff that needed to be tested weekly, we thought it'd be around 350, and we are really close to that target. I just did a recount today on cards collected for all of our testing sites, and we're at 365 right now, with cards still coming in and vaccinations still happening. Any questions about any of that?
Mr. Tennis?
I don't know if this is too far off topic, but it's my understanding that we have a policy on volunteers who want to come volunteer and help out at school. Is that, and that policy, can you repeat that, please?
Let me jump in and take that one. So the mandate does require that all adults on a school campus be either vaccinated or test weekly. And we are currently putting our focus on getting all of our tests done with our staff. Ideally, what our goal is that we want to be able to test, as mandated, all of our staff. We want to be able to offer testing to our students, because if our students are a close contact and they can test twice weekly in their case, then they can come to school and they don't lose class time. If they cannot test or do not test, then they're out for 10 days.
That's a student we're talking about.
That's the student. With the parent, our next group would be our parent volunteers, and frankly, we'd like to be able to have it open to our entire community. We would like to be able to test so that then they have the ability to come in and test and go into and work in our schools. Currently, we're really tapped on capacity. We are working with California Department of Public Health. They are providing the employees to do the testing. That's who we've contracted with. We were promised 9. We currently have 3, hopefully 4 tomorrow. But we're way understaffed. And in addition, our tests, we don't have enough tests to go to that amount yet. So our goal is to phase this in. As was mentioned, we're on day 3. So as we get this routine with our staff, then our next step will be able to offer to students that desire to test so that they can do the modified quarantine, and then open it up so any parents that are coming in wanting to volunteer in our schools would be able to test.
If I can just add a little bit to that. One of the speakers earlier in the night, and I wasn't able to respond because of just the structure of the meeting, but perhaps our District 13 folks can pass this on to parents, and we'll certainly try to communicate it on our end. But she mentioned that Achieve has interpreted the rules differently than we have. That's really not the case. It's just that Achieve has a few hundred kids. We have 12,000, and the logistics of tracking potentially up to 24,000 parents is just a massive task. We're barely able to track our staff right now. We're, like I said, we're in our first week. Fortunately, we have Michelle working full-time plus hours just to track our staff and get those in a way that we can week by week know that all of our staff and our coaches and our student teachers and now our substitutes are either tested or vaccinated. So to add the parents on top of that would just be, when they're not there daily, they come and go. It's not predictable. Is just a task we're not prepared to take at this point. There's no way we can
And
do that
it's
functionally.
worth repeating. I think that what we're talking about is a Q-tip up the nose. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
the
a
big,
shallow
it's not the
sinus
brain
swab.
scrape. I actually wanted to bring a Q-tip here to demonstrate for you all what it would kind of look like. Now, cost of the tests versus availability of somebody to administer the test, are those kind of co-equal problems in this situation, or is one a bigger deal than the other?
Well, the tests are currently provided by the state, so we get those for free.
So availability maybe.
But it's getting them. That's the key. We have to order them well in advance, and then because like every district in the state is under the same requirement now, so the availability is a challenge.
So why can't? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just
Ms.
want to let
Bunch.
you know the 2 biggest challenges are staffing and availability of the tests. When we put in our orders, originally it was a 14-day estimate, and now they've pushed it to 4 weeks for delivery. So we have to plan well in advance to order the tests. And the staff that is covering our testing this week, only 2 are permanent. One actually is staying in the area in a hotel, covering until they can hire. And they really were optimistic they could hire 9 employees, and it's proved to be very challenging in Butte County.
I mean, we can't be the only school district that's dealing with this, right?
No.
I mean, I'm going to be raising this issue in items for consideration for a future agenda, because I think we need to write a nastygram to the powers that be, similar maybe to the one that we did about masks. Now, education's important too. Now, I understand these rules and everything are, oh gosh, they're so important, but, you know, we've got a job to do here. And one of our speakers earlier tonight during items from the floor, I think I heard her say that, you know, can you have another test that would fulfill the same thing? I mean, we got a little sniffle in my family the other day. So we went down to go get tested over on Mangrove Avenue. And I mean, you know, there was no line at all. I mean, it was just like there's a whole room full of staff over there. They're administering these tests, and you find out, I guess, 2 days later. I'm not an expert on testing and how long it takes and how good it is. Can people go get themselves one of those tests or something like that, you know, that was totally free, and is that not sufficient?
Go ahead.
Well, so here's what we do need to do, and I think it's something that we need to work on a policy to bring back to the board. But there are only certain tests that qualify under this, so it's very specific into which tests that we can use. I do not know, but we can certainly find out which facilities offer that test. It is not going to be an over-the-counter test that you buy at CVS, but it is very likely that perhaps I would assume that the OptumServe, or now it's called, what is it?
LHI, yeah.
Now, that those tests do check identification and they do provide a date. If that is the case, then we can put together, you know, here are testing sites where you can provide us a positive test. We will then need to look at how we process parents coming through, because that will have an impact on office staff. And again, that's back to the staffing piece. I think that we can put some things in place, and hopefully we can bring them back by our next board meeting. That would be the goal, because we do want our parents on campus. That's what we shoot for all the time. We're always asking for parents, volunteer at your school, know what's going on. So this is kind of a barrier to what our ultimate goal is, but it is also a legal mandate. So we need to find the ways to work within that.
And I will, just to defend Michelle, she has been working more hours than you can know to just get our schools up and running, to now add the task of parents when we haven't even gotten to the point where we're going to do our students yet. Would be a much to ask of her at this point, because we're just trying to fine tune, making sure that none of our staff slip through the cracks, because we're required to have notebooks at each work site. So in case OSHA comes in, they can see exactly what we're doing, what's our process, who's being tested, who's not being tested, and if you're not being tested, what's your proof? So there's a lot of work that goes into each of those sites, and we have 22 of them. So
regarding the idea, this is like my last comment, of this being a legal mandate and all this kind of thing, there are other legal mandates too. You know, some are very general in nature. But sometimes those are the most important. Now, I'm no lawyer, just like I'm no doctor, but I think we also have a responsibility to provide a certain level of education. And I would just posit that there's probably a lawyer out there who's sitting down right about now to try to write a letter, you know, that would say something along the lines of, hey, what you're giving up by not having these people, you know, volunteering outweighs whatever legal benefit you think you're getting from, you know, having only this certain kind of test and, you know, mandatory for any parent who wants to come in and volunteer in their kid's school.
And I strongly encourage them to send that to the governor and the California Department of Public Health, because they are the ones that are mandating this of our schools.
Ms. Dalby?
So just so it's all clear and out on the table, what are the options right now for adult volunteers on campuses?
They have to be vaccinated.
Okay.
That's the option right now.
Mhm.
We just don't have a system in place to track all the potential parents that want to come on campus, if they're going to volunteer. Now, we've gotten some other guidance from the Department of Health just within days ago. Kelly actually sat in on that and got some new information.
So we did get clarification yesterday, and we had a parent contact us and ask for the differentiation between a volunteer and an observer or a spectator. And I thank Mrs. Lindstrom for asking this question. And so we did contact Butte County Public Health. Butte County Public Health did say that if we are having an outdoor event, if there is separation between the students and staff and the observers, likely parents, and if there was no interaction between the two groups, the parents and the student teachers, then they could come in and we don't have to check vaccination status. But it does have to be outdoors. So that does allow for parents to be able to attend things such as jogathons, Halloween parades, I think is a big one that's coming up, but it does not allow for any indoor performances. So, that does give some leeway to some events.
And these are different than the high school games because they're during the school day, where football games and field hockey and soccer is outdoors and it's after hours. So it's work rules, essentially, during the workday.
So at this point, especially for Michelle's task order, or the progression of how this is going, phase 1 is to get this dialed in for staff. Phase 2 is to dial it in for students, so we don't have students missing class time. We want to keep our students in our classrooms, and having testing on site for them is essential to do that. And as capacity builds out, then we would be able to offer that test on site for parent volunteers or adult volunteers, which I think makes sense in that progression, because we can't just do it all at the same time because of the restrictions and limitations that you outlined. And then so parallel to that, at the same time, or in the next couple of weeks, it sounds like staff will be exploring other options for adult volunteers on campuses during school hours to possibly have another alternative to provide a testing result other than what we would be providing if we could provide that test to those folks.
Correct. I can reach out to Butte County Public Health and ask them what facilities in our area can do the testing and the manner in which that would be submitted to the school district that meets the requirements of the mandate.
And would that be, it might be written in the mandate, is it once a week?
Yes.
Okay.
It's weekly
It's
testing.
during the week that they volunteer.
Okay,
Yeah.
during the week that they're volunteering. And so if it happens to be a center that it's a 3-day turnaround time, if they at least know in advance, I'm going to volunteer next Wednesday in my kid's class, get your test on Friday so that you have that result by the time.
Good question. I'm not sure that would work. We'd have to check with
Well,
the
and it's going to
public
depend
health.
on what public health says is
Yeah.
going to be an acceptable form. I'm just saying hypothetically.
And that's the other challenge. The current tests we have now are rapid tests, so you get your results within 15 minutes. The ones at like OptumServe, sometimes it's 2 days, sometimes it's 4 or 5 days. It just depends on how busy they are. So in that case, it would not work.
Yeah.
So
So,
that's a
and I
problem.
think to Mr. Tennis's point, we want to make sure that classes are running as efficiently as they can be under the constraints that we're experiencing. So we want to test our staff so staff can be in classes, and we want to test our students so students can be in classes. And those parent or adult volunteers are very essential also. And so hopefully we'll find some alternatives for them in the meantime while we build out our capacity.
Correct.
That's the essential,
Good summary.
the summary. Thank you.
Okay, board, any more questions of Mr. Hanlon or Superintendent Staley?
I just want to congratulate you for all the really, really difficult work that you've been doing.
Thank you.
And being on it, so thank you.
We're getting it done. Thanks.
Okay, again, yeah, I know, I see people leaning against the wall in the back, and we are hurrying. This is an informational only. We'll move now to really good stuff. Oh, okay. Mr. Hanlon, if you could please, the discussion action for approval of the California School Employees Association Chico Chapter Number 110 tentative agreement.
Okay, so last board meeting, I brought to you the CUTA agreement. This is the same agreement, CSEA. The difference is the percentage that you probably see here is because CUTA put a portion of it in their salary structure in two different ways. One, to increase salaries, but then they also readjusted their upper end of their salary schedule. This just goes into all of the salary cells equally, so the percentage is a little higher, but the overall percentage is the same, so it looks different than the other one. So the total cost for CSEA is a little over $830,000 to implement this. So I'm looking for approval of this, and then we can implement it starting at the next.
Board, do you have any
salary.
questions? Is there any public comment?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Board, do you have any motions connected with this item?
So moved.
I'd like to move the approval of the,
Dr. Kaiser, Mr. Tennis just beat you to it.
I withdraw my motion. She seems like she really wants, I mean, she's doing a really good job.
I'll second it then.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second from Dr. Kaiser. All those no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Hanlon, and the bargaining teams from both sides. And Board, you did get copies of the letter from CSEA representatives that were on site and complimented the district on the appearance of our school sites, as well as the cooperation between classified and administration in Chico Unified. We voted, yes, 4-0. The vote was approved. Mr. Hanlon, next we have approval of Chico Unified Management Association, CUMA.
Okay, so similar agreement. The percentage is a little higher on this one only because the CUMA members almost unanimously approved not putting any on their health benefits, and they put it all in the salary schedule. Overall, the same percentage, no more, no less. It's just the way they distribute it. So all three groups distributed their COLAs differently. CUMA decided not to put anything on benefits and all on the salary schedule. That's the only difference for a total of $329,000.
Board, do you have any technical questions of Mr. Hanlon?
CUMA stands for?
Chico Unified Management Association.
Our principals, assistant principals, directors,
Classified leadership,
psychologists, occupational therapists.
What about superintendents and assistant superintendents?
So the superintendent and the assistant superintendent for business are on contracts. Everyone else is on a salary schedule.
And so are they represented by a union?
No.
No.
No, there's no union.
We negotiate directly with the board.
But those contracts, maybe this is off topic highly, but they're pegged to the union agreements, though, aren't they?
Correct.
They
Yes.
are, just on a contract-by-contract basis.
Right.
Okay.
Right. There's no negotiation really with CUMA.
Thank you.
Yeah, CUMA's not actually a union.
Right,
in
they're
your
not a
presentation.
union. They don't bargain.
Mr. Marchant may have a comment on that. He's the president of CUMA.
Wow, that is a very impressive quote.
It is. I put it on my resume. 4 years running, too, by the way.
He has no power.
And I have no more further comment.
That's the truest statement I've heard today. I'm just kidding, Jay.
With the exception of the current president, I would like to move the approval of the CUMA salary increase agreement.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Got in there quick. Okay, no further discussion. Are we ready to vote, Board? I see no objection. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There's no
Aye.
public comment.
Thank you. Passes 4 to zip. Public disclosure documents, business services.
Yes, so to
Jacqueline?
piggyback off what Jim and the board just approved before you this evening, to start off is our financial disclosure related to Assembly Bill 2756, which basically shows the financial or fiscal impact of the TA that you just ratified. So as Jim alluded, for CSEA, it was just over $830,000 for their compensation agreement. So we're just asking for approval of the disclosure this evening.
Any questions, board? Seeing none, has there been any public comment? There has not. Is there a motion associated with this agenda item? I take that wave as the second.
I'd like to second that, thank you.
Okay, members, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Okay. And the disclosure pursuant to AB 2756 for the KUMA agreement?
Correct,
Jacqueline?
so along the same lines, we do have to do a financial disclosure, as Ms. Dalby said, even though KUMA is not a bargaining unit, there is a fiscal impact to the district's budget, so we do have to do the same disclosure that we do for CUTA and CSEA. So that's before you this evening, about $330,000 to implement that, and as Jim alluded to, it is just a salary schedule increase, no increase to the health contribution on behalf of the district.
Any questions, board? Has there been any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Do I have a motion related to this item?
I'll move to pass item, yeah.
Is there a second? Thank you. Motion by Member Dalby and a second by Dr. Kaiser. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Was that an aye? Thank you. That's 4-0. The next item is Resolution 1556-21. Ms. Kissel, this is regarding the evaluating real property.
Thank you. So the previous board had directed staff to establish California Department of Education approval for the Henshaw Gwynn site, which is property that the district owns for a future elementary school. The process for approval is a formidable one, and we've now completed all of the documents and the steps necessary to submit that application to CDE. And so this resolution needs to be approved by the board in order to do so.
Any questions, board? Yes, Ms. Dalby?
I have a question that I noticed in our consent calendar, and I didn't have enough of a concern to make it an issue then, but about the exemption for CEQA. Can you summarize that in 2 sentences?
Yes. It is an exemption from CEQA for the process of applying for CDE approval. So it's not an actual act, not a construction project. It doesn't have anything to do with the eventual construction of Henshaw Gwynn.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, exercise, you guys. Any additional questions, board? Any public comment? No? No public comment? Thank you. Are there any motions associated with this agenda item, board?
I move passage.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Tennis moved, Dr. Kaiser seconded. All those in favor? Signify. Aye. The item passes 4-0. Okay, Ms. Kissel, the construction of McManus new construction and modernization project from the City of Chico's zoning ordinances.
Yes, thank you. So the Chico Unified School District is under the purview of the Division of the State Architect, state building officials that reviews and approves our plans for projects. So it's customary that we exempt ourselves from the City of Chico ordinances. And that's what this resolution will accomplish for the McManus project.
Any questions, board?
I have a
Yes.
question, which is not for the McManus project, but this reminds me when we had the discussion about the district site and possibly building onto the district office site and the parking issue and having to kind of fudge around the land a little bit because of our parking issue, but that's a city ordinance. So wouldn't we technically be able to do a resolution in that case as well?
No, we cannot because it's not a school site.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Any comments from the? Thank you. Board, do I have a motion associated with this item? Is there a second? Mr. Tennis seconds. Dr. Kaiser moved. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Passes 4-0. Okay. Next, Ms. Kissel, you're still up. This is regarding the agreement with the City of Chico regarding the public road easement deed of real property at the future Canyon View High School site.
Yes, thank you. So this is an exciting step in the process of eventually building the Canyon View High School site. The document has been reviewed and revised by our attorney and negotiated by district staff with the City of Chico. There's really 3 parts to the document. There's right-of-way and utility easements for the widening of Bruce Road project, where we would be providing an easement for the property on the frontage of the Canyon View High School property that is on Bruce Road, for curb, gutter, sidewalk, utilities, bike lane on our side of the road. Also, an easement for a portion of the property where a storm drain will run across through our land. We're actually the low point in elevation for the whole area down at the Fremont Street dead end. So all water flows that direction. So there will be a storm drain constructed on our property to allow that water to move off of the site. And we're providing an easement for that for all time. Our master plan for the Canyon View High School site works around that area. So no buildings would be built over that area, and they're not currently planned to be built over that area because we're looking ahead. The district will be responsible for constructing those improvements on Bruce Road in the future when we build the high school. So one of the things that we're getting out of the agreement is that the city will build those for us at no cost to us other than our land, the easement for the land. Additionally, the district will receive a 20% discount on future storm drainage fees for our projects for Inspire and for Canyon View High School. There is a change that I want to mention on page 2. The document you have says that we'll be receiving a $100,000 discount. It's actually a 20% discount because we don't know when that will occur. So we wanted it to be based on 20% of whatever the fees are at the time that we apply for them. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board? Ms. Dalby?
I just have maybe more of like a comment or question, but I do know that the city is right now in the process of redeveloping their stormwater master plan. So I don't know if that's all, making sure that it all is in alignment, or if that's something that we need to have our eyes on. But I do know that that's a process taking place currently, I think for the next month or so. Just as I guess that's just a comment, or, yeah, I don't know if that's anything of our concern as a district, but I do know that they're working on that right now. So, just one little thing that, popped in my head while we're talking about this.
So the district does have to comply with stormwater retention on our site, slowing down stormwater, letting sediment settle out. The state and the country would really like all stormwater to stay on a particular property. Sometimes that's not possible, but it's certainly a requirement to slow water down, and the city is under those same obligations. And this document does address that we will comply with those obligations.
Any further questions, board? Okay, do we have any public comment? No public. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Member Tennis and a second by Dr. Kaiser. All those in favor? Aye.
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 It's unanimous, 4-0. Thank you, board. Yeah. Okay, unaudited actuals. Jacqueline.
Yes, so I'm going to bring Marie to the podium. She and I are going to do the unaudited actuals for last year, but I also want to take this opportunity to introduce to the board my replacement, the new Director of Fiscal Services, which is Sharice Bromley, if you want to wave and stand up there. So this is her
Welcome.
this is her first week on the job, so I didn't make her present tonight. So she will be back at the December board meeting to help with first interim. So.
Wait a minute, so you put her the very first 3 days on the job on the spot?
Yes.
You can handle it.
Okay.
Okay, the slides were in the middle, so I'm coming back. Okay, this is the 2021 unaudited actuals presentation. This represents actual revenues and expenditures for the year. It's not a budget. You guys are used to seeing budgets, but this is our true financial performance of 2021. And these numbers are presented before our annual audit is complete. The auditors were out on site on October 4th, and we'll have the audit by the end of the year. We'll be presenting it in January. So our biggest income driver is average daily attendance, ADA. Our funded ADA of 11,846 is the same as the ADA funded in prior year. If you look at 2021, it looks like we're missing a bar on the bar graph. That's because we don't have actual ADA for 2021 because of COVID. That requirement was waived. The total revenue of the district, you can see that, the chart is missing its percentages, but it shouldn't be.
Ours has it.
Okay, so local control funding formula represents 71% of our revenue. I looked at last year's slide because I was curious as to how much the federal COVID dollars affected that. Last year, local control funding formula was 75%, so it just moved the marker a little bit. This is our income statement. If you look at the bottom, that's really the bottom line. Our change in fund balance unrestricted is 3.2 million, 2.7 restricted, so 6 million bottom line. Oh, and there's no percentages there either. But anyway, for our expenditures, restricted and unrestricted, salaries and benefits make up 82% of our total expenses. That's pretty typical for a school district. And then this one shows unrestricted expenditures plus the special education excess. And when you add that in, salaries and benefits are 91% of unrestricted expenditures. So that's really where
most of our money goes.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
On the contribution to special ed, is that a 2% increase from over the last time we saw this report? It's 16% here. I thought we were at 14.
In the 1920
Yes.
unaudited
So
actuals?
the 16% just represents that. The dollars associated with the contribution is 16% of the total, but not 16% of the program comes from unrestricted dollars. It's actually closer to about 45%.
Closer to 12?
45% of the dollars contributed to special ed program come from the general fund. I think you're talking about the identification rate, and I believe that's around 12 or 13%.
Okay.
I think Diane left, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And in our SACS formula, we're asked to compute a calculation on our classroom expenses, which is teachers and aides that are actually in the classroom. Unified school districts need to spend at least 55% on that, and we are at 58.74.
Somebody's really shooting close, I
Yeah.
tell you. Impressive.
All right.
So this slide here has a lot of numbers on it, but essentially what we want to show is the comparison between estimated actuals that was presented in June compared to where we actually ended. So on the revenue side, we were very, very close, less than $200,000 variance. On the expenditure side, we were a little too conservative at estimated actuals by about $3.3 million. So if we go to the next slide, essentially here's why. So on the salaries and wages and benefits portion, the estimation of the one-time money that we gave staff in May was too conservative, and we had too much money budgeted there. And then on the supplies and services, what we saw is we had this large influx of COVID relief dollars that came in that have a very restricted purpose and a timeline. And as an agency, we always want to spend our most restricted dollars first, especially if they have a timeline. So what resulted is in our sites and as the district as a whole, utilizing those COVID relief dollars instead of using their site discretionary to buy a lot of items for the classroom. And then our contributions and transfers, we did have a lower contribution to special ed than we anticipated, largely due to ESY. We didn't have as many permanent teachers, and we had a lot of subs, and we reduced the number of aides that we used as well. So speaking to your point, Ms. Robinson, regarding the contributions to our restricted programs this year being 2021, which is really last year, our special education program received just over $15 million in a contribution. And to put that in perspective, actually, in 1920, it was a $16.6 million contribution. The difference being we received $1 million more through the AB 602 calculation through our SELPA pass-through dollars, and then we had about $500,000 less in expenditures.
Thank you.
And then our routine restricted maintenance, they always receive, and this is per ed code, 3% of our total general fund expenditures, so there's $4.2 million. We did have transfers in from other funds of just over $3.5 million, and you'll see that there was $112,000 related to an admin fee from our developer fee collections. We had amazing developer fee collections last year. It was about $3.6 million. We typically budget around 2.5 or so is usually where we start out, and that's pretty consistent year over year. But as you're all aware, the housing, both on the residential and the commercial side, is booming in Chico, so we definitely saw that impact this last year. The other piece we want to look at is our ending fund balance. It's essentially a one-time savings account, but we want to make sure it's healthy. We did see another increase to that this year, and that's largely related to the fact that we're still being funded off 1920 ADA, and so we have less students and less staff, but we still have that hold harmless provision of being funded off of 1920. And so per the board's directive in prior years, they've asked for a breakdown on the restricted side of $6.3 million is our ending fund balance there, and that is largely due to the state COVID-19 response funds. So on the state side, we received a large chunk of our money up front and then spend it down according to the restricted purpose, versus on the federal side, it's reimbursement based. And then our cash. Cash is always important. We did have this last year, February through May, we had deferrals. So we very actively managed our cash. The good news is with the adoption of the 21-22 budget, all of those deferrals have been eliminated. So we don't anticipate a cash issue going forward, and this is pretty much the trend of the district. We start out high in July, we get dipped down when we have our first payroll in August, we get some federal dollars in September, we dip down, November gets a little close, at least from my perspective, and then we get property taxes in December and April, and that really funds us through the remainder of the school year. So in conclusion, again, I just want to reiterate that we did surplus this year, and that is due to being funded on our 1920 dollars. Additionally, we spent less local unrestricted dollars because of the large influx in our COVID-19 dollars. So we will use those COVID-19 dollars for multiple years going into the future related to learning recovery and social emotional supports. And as Maria alluded to, we are in the middle of our audit on the compliance and fiscal side, and they will be wrapping that up before Christmas, and then we will bring that back to the board in January for approval. And if there's any adjustments, we will certainly identify those to the board. So are there any questions?
Do we know the ESSER $3 amounts? Because we've got 2 more years of the emergency or whatever the federal government called the support plan. And that's...
So we got 3 rounds of money, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 from the federal government.
So we've seen ESSER 3. Okay.
And that will be, Tina and I will be talking about that in just a moment on that, and we'll elaborate on that.
Okay, all right.
So barring no questions, we'd ask for your approval this evening, and then I will send our documentation over to Butte County Office of Ed tomorrow.
Board, any questions? Yes, Mr. Tennis.
I have some comments on something we've communicated about this week, Ms. Kruger, particularly with respect to our memberships of the various associations. And I don't want to do anything rash tonight, like vote against the whole budget because of these various memberships. But I've been doing some personal research on some of the things that they are advocating and that I don't necessarily agree with. Now, I know that a lot of these associations, CSBA, the Superintendent's Association, you know, there have been some high-profile actions that some of these groups, I assume that the California Association of Administrators is affiliated with the National Association of Administrators, which recently, you know, convinced Attorney General Merrick Garland to treat some parents as domestic terrorists and so forth. Not that we need to get all into it, but I'm on the lookout for things that these groups are advocating for that I don't agree with, and in the future, you know, I would be willing to oppose our membership in these associations if it means that we are contributing to some advocacy on the state or national level that I or we don't agree with.
I'm going to comment on that. Part of what taking a look at something like that, I believe, needs to also take a look at benefit for our being associated by I mean the appropriate candidate being associated with a broader spectrum of what those offices do in the state of California and nationally, because there's usually a national component of most professional organizations. So if we're going to look at that part of it, I would also want to look at what are the benefits of belonging to those organizations. Just an FYI.
Yeah, totally. I mean, life is a complex thing sometimes, and we have to make difficult judgment calls.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I've been through that when an organization that I was involved with wanted to join an international organization, and that was the biggest problem, was taking a look at how do we benefit from joining an international group. So it was an interesting process. It was part of what needed to happen in order for everyone to feel, well, not everybody didn't feel good about what we did, but it was enlightening. Thank you. That is, okay, do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Board, do you have any other additional questions? Do I have a motion regarding this item?
I move the pass of the 2020-21 unaudited actuals.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Dr. Kaiser and a second from Member Dalby. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Board. We've approved all that work. And thank you for making it, well, at least for this board member, understandable. I know we struggled for a few years, but you've really helped to make it so that we can understand and then question. Okay, next is the GAN appropriations limit. This is Jacqueline.
Yes, so every year, subsequent to passage of the unaudited actuals, we do have this pro forma formula that has to be approved by the board and sent to the state related to GAN appropriations. It talks about linking of year-to-year expenditure changes. It's really a formality at this point and would need board approval this evening.
Thank you. Board, do you have any technical questions? And there's no public comment. Thank you. Do we have a motion associated with this agenda item?
I move to pass the GAN's appropriation limit.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Dalby. We have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Board. That was 4 aye votes. Oh, speaking of ESSER 3 plan, thank you, Jacqueline.
So good evening. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, Jacqueline and I are here to seek approval for the ESSER 3 expenditure plan, which all districts have to submit to their county offices by October 29th, and then it moves on to the state. But this ESSER 3 funding was $22.6 million, and this plan encapsulates all of the expenditures that the board approved last spring over a course of about 3 meetings in March and April, when we had brought with lots of input and thoughts going forward about how to spend this money for our students. It is really geared for and specific to addressing students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs, as well as any opportunity gaps that existed before and were worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's very specific to that, and like I said, no other additions have been made other than what the board approved for expenditures last spring. Jacqueline, you want to add anything?
No, I would just reiterate what Tina said. We brought almost $45 million to the board at 2 meetings in March and an additional meeting in April. And this plan here is just singling out certain items that are funded specifically with ESSER 3, which is $22 million of the 45. The other items are related to COVID relief and learning recovery, but are funded with either state dollars or ESSER 2.
Thank you. Board, do you have any additional questions? Additional, we haven't asked any yet, so do we have any questions? I do remember all of that agonizing over what to do to spend and prioritize. Thank you for taking care of what we thought was a good idea, and as it turns out, we did a good job. My editorial comment. Do we have any public comment? Do we have any motions associated with this item?
I'll move to pass item 10.4.8 for the ESSER 3 plan.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Dalby. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Board. Oh, we're getting there. Items from the floor. Do we have any additional items from the floor?
We have no additional items from the floor.
We have none. Okay, item number 12. Any board members have topics they would like to bring forward for consideration at future agenda items?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Yes.
I would like us to write a letter to, I guess it would be Governor Newsom, and also, what is it, the California Department of Public Health or something like that?
There is a director of that
these
department.
rules, yeah. Asking for autonomy in how we manage COVID vaccination and with respect to staff and students and volunteers. And I'm willing to draft this letter. I'm also open to having staff draft a letter. Maybe there could be multiple drafts.
We need a second to approve moving forward with that.
I'd like to second so that we can discuss it for a moment. I think it's worth maybe a quick discussion, so I'm going to second it. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote yet, but I do want to just chat about, I know it's to put it on the agenda. And maybe, I don't know if the discussion would be appropriate. But anyway, I've seconded it, so we'll have to vote anyway.
Is what you're seconding a discussion on whether or not to draft a letter?
So it sounds like he's agendizing let me clarify, right?
Discussion slash action.
Yeah,
you know.
discussion slash action.
Drafts to be provided,
yeah.
prior to distribution of the agenda, right?
So discussion action to
Discussion
draft
slash
to have a drafted letter
And
sent.
then draft or drafts to be provided on the agenda packet,
Gotcha.
I believe that it would be appropriate if you wanted to submit a draft to have that as part of the agenda in order to drive discussion. Am I correct, Superintendent Staley?
So the board would need to vote to agendize this, and then by all means, we would have supporting documents. If it does come back forward, we would have supporting documents with that.
Okay, I don't think we have not yet approved it.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second, so it's on the floor. If we approve bringing this topic forward with would it be appropriate for Member Tennis to provide a draft document for us to discuss at the meeting?
Yes, we could have, as he mentioned, multiple drafts. There are some drafts that are out there on a state level already. It would be appropriate for Mr. Tennis or other board members. We would just have to consider those. They'd have to be part of the agenda and be considered at the
Okay,
meeting.
so there may be multiple drafts. Okay,
And so would we also be able to have a public health representative present to answer questions or at that time?
I'm always happy to ask them to join us, and actually, they've been very good about it in most cases.
Okay.
that's part of your request?
Yeah. but I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, and they are at their will, so, doesn't hurt to ask to
Yeah.
have a professional on hand to ask questions to.
Okay. Is it clear then what we're voting to agendize? Could be multiple drafts, a expert to be available to answer questions as we discuss what, if anything, to draft and send. Okay. We have a motion and a second and clarifying discussion as to what the agenda item's going to look like as it comes forward. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 2 opposed, 2 ayes. Motion fails.
Could I have a roll call vote? I was looking in the wrong direction.
Yes, absolutely.
Dalby,
again-
aye.
Huh?
Dalby, aye.
Yes?
Kaiser, nay.
Tennis, aye.
Robinson, no.
I was confused too, because I thought I had heard you say an aye.
Huh?
I was confused too, because I thought I had heard you say an aye. so.
No, I had voted no. Okay. Where are we? Anyone, any other board members have a topic that they'd wish to present?
I'd like to agendize a discussion about creating a land acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, creating
A
what?
land acknowledgement for our district to adopt, because we are on occupied Mechoopda territory, and it's appropriate to acknowledge the original people of this land. And so it's I think a discussion worth having as the upcoming generations are working to dismantle some of the impacts of colonization on the folks that have originally lived here. So my motion is to discuss creating a land acknowledgement for our district to adopt, to incorporate in official settings.
Dr. Kaiser?
Are you thinking of something along the lines of what Chico State has done?
I'm not familiar with what Chico State has done. Was this just for the Mechoopda?
It's to acknowledge that this university is on the lands of the tribe, and so that gets acknowledged.
Okay, I believe that it is the Mechoopda tribe, yeah, okay. Is there a second? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Kaiser, I misunderstood what you were doing. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for a vote? We had a roll call vote on the last vote, so we will continue with a roll call because we were not unanimous in the last vote. Member Dalby?
Dalby, aye.
Dr. Kaiser?
Tennis, abstain.
Do you want to explain your abstention?
I just don't have enough information.
Got it. Robinson, aye. Okay, so that passes with 1 abstention. Thank you for explaining that. Anything else? Okay, members, it looks like we are at the adjournment point.
Does it need a motion?
Huh? Motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Do you still have cake left? Oh,